Welcome to our first viewer level session in several months since October 2020. Well, as we wait for the queue and viewership to populate, we may as well begin with a warm-up as we once did. And we're going to look at something that we missed in the interim from November by General BB, entitled Larry's Sabotage Mission. Now, when we left off in October, General BB was just beginning some research into jump detector contraptions that were being demoed at the time and were also run as a contest on his own channel. But this is a proof of concept by the designer of that mechanic himself, where Larry is out to sabotage the latest classified jump detector. Stop him. And stop him we shall. Let's see if I still remember how to play this thing. Okay, jump. Jump. Alright, so it is going to be a jump detector level. Actually, taking back what I said earlier, I think this is just a jump detector contraption in a way that was developed very soon after the introduction of the patch in April 2020, with the introduction of the SMB2 mushroom, which in a night theme allowed you to quite easily make this happen. General BB, however, is kind of a specialist in making contraptions that remain globally loaded, and so you can see the SMB2 mushroom on top of the flying spike top over here, giving you an approximate indication of what's going on. So, Wasabi Wabbit, it's been a long time. Hello, welcome back. And yes, indeed, we are finally back for the first time in months. Good to see you here. Hope you've been well. And yeah, we just resumed this channel a few nights ago. Played 2 sessions of Bowser's Fury. And now it's back to the making. Let's actually pay attention to what's going on here. And do this properly. Whoops. Behaving a bit impulsively here, perhaps, as we get back into the swing of things. And yes, it's been a real treat to see so many viewers come back even after I had been gone for quite some time, about 4 months actually. And it was just mostly real-world conflicts that were precluding me from running the stream, but hopefully we are roughly back in order now. And on a bit of an inconsistent schedule for the time being while we figure out what works, but I'm sure we'll get something sorted out with time. Now, I love how instantaneous the detection is here. Very responsive. You can see that it is based on the Seesaw and SMB2 mushroom interaction. Of course, we only see the end here that is loaded on screen. I don't exactly know how it looks off screen, but a lot of the jump detectors using SMB2 mushroom plus night theme approximately follow the same concept. It's just a matter of how the mechanism remains active as you traverse the level. And as I said, that's something that this maker, General BB, is very much a specialist in figuring out. Whoops. Incredible how instinctive our grasp of standard intuitive jump mechanics can be, even in circumstances where they are really not the solution to the problem. Sure, let's do the reckless thing and grab the 30 coin. Of course we will. Optional content is not really optional. Donkey Mint, it is great to see you as well. I have so many of your levels to catch up on. This is the first Mario Maker stream I've run in about 4 months. And there is so much to do. So much to do. But hey, I mean, that's one of the great pleasures of this game, I think, is that you can be off for so long and there's just so much content waiting for you on the other side, so long as it's not Mario Maker 1 and about to have new uploads shut down in very short order. Well, thank you. Glad you missed a delivery. I certainly missed playing through some of your levels. I have not really been getting through a lot of your newer creations offline simply because I have wanted to record everything I can in the process of playing this game, so... And that's especially true for the makers that are reliably very interesting and have all kinds of mechanical ideas to show off that I think really do need to be preserved for posterity in case anything breaks. When someday inevitably servers go down, we'll have some vast video archive to look back on, assuming that Twitch is still preserving things properly at that time, which is not really a guarantee by any means. Now we had best go up slowly. There we go. NPR, unfortunately, has not really been scouting for Mario Maker talent. But if they were, I think a program there would really bring a great deal of exposure to the creativity that goes on in this particular canvas. Not being from America, I didn't actually grow up with a lot of NPR apart from old broadcasts of some old standby shows like Marion McPartland's Piano Jazz, which really is the classic program I associate with National Public Radio in the US. Although they do produce a lot of really good feature podcast documentaries as well, as I understand. Yeah, I mean, given that it's mostly the web infrastructure surrounding the old kind of Miiverse-based network system that is being shut down, it seems like we're losing the bookmark site, we're losing logs of who has, you know, set record times or posted clears, etc. And that it's really just going to be stripped down to a minimal search of the level codes, like it was originally at launch in 2015. And so I think as a matter of preparedness, that people really should be writing down their codes. I mean, I know they're kind of accessible locally, but I really have no idea what's the shape of that infrastructure will be when it's kind of been reduced to a skeleton of its former self. I have meant for a long time to do a Maker 1 retro stream, but my Wii U is not actually on hand currently. It's located quite some ways away, and I originally meant to retrieve it this year, but the pandemic got in the way. So it's lucky for us that the levels that are uploaded by the end of March will at least remain accessible, because then I can go back and stream some of the content I never managed to record because I didn't have a capture card at the time. I didn't have a capture card until several months into the launch of Maker 2. And back in the bulk of Maker 1, I was not really that connected to the serious boutique maker community in terms of having a lot of exposure to people who really knew what they were doing. A lot of that was content I caught up on long after the fact, so I think it would be a real pleasure to catch up on as much as I can once I get Wii U streaming together in some capacity. And Wasabi Wappy, you just got Odyssey. Wow. You are in for a treat. I mean, the train has kind of moved on to Bowser's Fury, which is the feature we had this week. I really ought to pay attention. But yeah, Odyssey is, as I like to describe it, a brilliant photojournalism game wrapped around a pretty good 3D Mario game. I actually do like it a lot. It's more that I spent the vast majority of my time in Odyssey poking around in the photo mode, and that's basically where all of the stream assets on the stream, like my interstitial cards and ending cards, etc., almost all of them come from my Odyssey screenshot file, because I just had hundreds of screenshots lying around and no particular plan for what to do with them until I started streaming. So that photo mode, of course, has been reintroduced to 3D World in conjunction with the old stamp system that was used for Miiverse messages. I haven't really played around with that so much because I haven't gone back to the base game 3D World after having played Bowser's Fury, but I do love 3D World to bits, and so I am quite looking forward to getting back to that. Whoops. Really relearning this game step by step. A menu Minimana, hello! Welcome back. It's been a long, long time. I hope you've gotten plenty of interesting footage of people doing your 3D World Troll level in the meantime, after 60 or 70 revisions to get that into its final form. I don't know if you've made tons of content since then, but if you have, I've missed it all, so here we are, though, and back in the mix as soon as I remember how to actually time my way around these on-off switches. And yeah, I find that level making is definitely something that just comes and goes. I haven't published anything for a very long time. Not since 4YMM, actually. But I've had a lot of unfinished concepts sitting around that really need some proper design to make them happen, but I mean, I can imagine that a lot of very concept-minded makers, like a lot of the people who show up to this stream, have a similar situation with their draft box, where they just have tons of unrealized mechanics sitting around until one of them sticks. Been playing other things mostly, yeah, so have I. I've been off-stream mainly because I haven't been able to do much continuous playing. I've just been a little too busy to sit down with games for long sessions, but steadily trying to get back into that, and hopefully we'll actually be able to get to the end of this stream without too much interruption. Talos Principle. Yeah, Gorkowski, who submits a lot of puzzles to this stream, he absolutely swears by Talos Principle. I have it, but I haven't actually played it. I've had it sitting around in my PC backlog for years and years. And everybody tells me it's my kind of thing, but you know, backlogs are what they are. And yeah, Menu, given the puzzle-minded thinking that you have in your own level design, I'm not surprised that that would be something that had caught your attention as well. Alright, let's actually pay attention. Whoop. I'm not actually paying too much attention to what the activation mechanism is here. Let's let, oh, I see. It's every time he decides to bounce around, he does that triple activation. Right, because the whole idea here is that I'm not the only one activating the jump detector. That's a very interesting mechanism. I see that it's probably based on seesaw weight, based on how the spring and the blaster and the buzzy are stacked upon some kind of oscillating surface. I would assume that it's just seesaw weight being manipulated by Larry's jumping move. And Pitch Shifter, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Hopefully the bot actually reads that. And yes, thank you for the submission of Explorer of Sky. Okay. Wasabi Wabbit, you have 6.3k channel points. What do you do? Well, first of all, thank you for your continued viewership, and secondly, when we find some kind of conversion between channel points and GameStop shares, I will let you know. Okay, let's go between his jump cycles for once. And ride the stable surface while we're at it. There we go. Actually paying attention. Right, okay, so it's going to be a couple hits to get all the way in there and break out the SMP2 mushroom, which will manipulate the mechanism somehow to perhaps bring it under our control rather than his. Yep, I see. The manipulation of the seesaw weight is letting Larry control this entirely, so I have to time around him. And I think the idea is that once I claim the SMB2 mushroom by successfully making it up there 3 times, or possibly 4 times, I will turn the tide in my favor. Whoops. There we go. Alright, let's actually do this properly. Not quite what I intended, but it worked. Oh. 1K man, welcome back to you as well. And that's okay. All you missed was very furious Bowser. Yeah, over the past 2 days we did manage to complete Bowser's Fury to 100% over 2 sittings. And that playtime may seem short, but it's actually a very dense game. Very little downtime. And just all action all the time, and so it feels like it's much more content-packed than a lot of games that are twice its length. And I think that was in some ways true of 3D World originally. It's just such a smooth experience that it goes by very quickly. Whoops, here we go. Alright, not so much. So yeah, Pitch Shifter, you are, I believe, first in queue. So as soon as we actually make it through this warm-up level by General BB, we will get to yours very soon. Alright, let's actually follow his pattern for once. See, here's the thing, that he's doing these odd-numbered jumps, and so the state shifts back and forth in every cycle, if you know what I'm saying. Alright. Whoa, okay. That was a rather quick cycle there from some kind of manipulation of everybody's positioning, I'm sure. And let's get back around up top. Let's not bop him against ourselves this time. Nice. 2 hits. I see. A 3rd hit will also take him out. The idea behind this mechanism, I can see it now, is that once you get the 3rd hit in against Larry, that takes him out, but also breaks out the mushroom and brings the entire jump detector under your control, rather than his. Watch. Really great boss concept. You see? Now it's under my control. We have claimed it for ourselves. And I need to actually pay attention to where the key door was located all this time. Here we are. Document, thank you for High-Speed Tumbleweed. Looking forward to that one indeed. And sure, let's sail around a bit and fly to friendly skies. Very stubby flag, but we'll take it. So Pitch Shifter, in the boss fight just now, yes, Lemmy was triggering to jumping by releasing weight from a seesaw that he was perched on top of. So Lemmy was stacked on top of a whole bunch of objects that were activating the jump detection mechanism. In the previous rooms, that jump detection mechanism was being manipulated by the SMB2 mushroom, which was synchronized with Mario's jumping. So the idea behind a boss fight is that once you take out Lemmy, the shell also breaks open a path for the SMB2 mushroom to sit upon the same stack on the seesaw and turn that from a Larry jump detector into a Mario jump detector. So, yeah, really clever design, as we would expect from General Bibi on a fairly regular basis. Very much a detector mechanism specialist. Let's get to the queue. So thank you for the submission, Pitch Shifter. Let's take a look at GB4, RXW, XJF. Explorer of Sky, the world of randomness will be wonderful. So we have 1.7% here, and a bit of a clue that some RNG mechanic may indeed be involved. Also some Japanese text, which I just assume is a translation of the title for the benefit of Japanese players. Very thoughtful, along with the artwork of the fish bones, which I suppose are going to be the Explorers of Sky. And so yeah, Pitch Shifter, the contraption itself was mostly based on a seesaw plus conveyor mechanism that in that final fight was mostly off-screen, as I understand it. I'm just kind of inferring here based on what I saw in the level. I don't actually know how it looks in the editor, but I think the level shows you enough to give you a sense of how everything works. Okay, scroll break, in we go. Into the ship. And let's smack that POW. And that's going to... Oh, I see. Okay. So this is kind of like based on one of those roguelike mechanisms where you have a random selection of doors upon spawn. Is that correct? And, okay. Well, let's do this room anyway, and let's climb around this. Yeah, I haven't seen one of these in a while, actually. Because I remember hearing a lot about these kind of roguelike randomization mechanisms back in Maker 1 when I was kind of catching up on learning about Maker 1 mechanics. But I don't actually see them submitted all that often, so... Time will tell if we manage to see the alternate pathway. Yeah, there are a lot of things that seem to be in vogue in Mario Maker 1 that are much less so in Maker 2, in that the viewer submission meta, or just the changes in fashion, seem to have been somewhat different. And I see how the mechanism works now because of how I saw the coin in the previous room, I think, right? Oh no, okay, maybe not. I thought it was based on, yeah, the coin bouncing direction. But I guess that's what was going on in the previous setup and not this one. Okay. Let's get around some of the mechas. Whoop. Oh, there you go, the cover image sniping us right there. That's how the Fishbones decided to make it as the cover story of Bowser's Minions Weekly. Well, you've got to admit the PR campaign in that case was a successful one. Alright, so let's swirl around here for a bit, and then dodge the fish bones. Okay. And a fair bit more dodging to do, but fairly generous timing window, which will allow us to do a bit of that optional content in the meantime. Sure, let's hit it. Whoops. Let's hit a P-switch, I was about to say, because it just dangles there like bait. And thank you for the replacement document with Corridor. If you think you would rather see me crash against that instead. I always forget that Warp World has a replace command because, of course, on a streamer's side, it's one of those that doesn't appear as one of the customizable commands in the management panel, and so it is a nice one to know. So the bot displays everything as accurately as possible. One thing I find very unfortunate about no longer having the bookmark site like we have, or are about to lose in Maker 1, is that the Maker 1 site, as most people will remember, did expose a lot of the difficulty data in terms of having publicly accessible information about clears, clear rates, etc. And from a queue management perspective, I often find that it would make more sense to, you know, slip in small and easy levels as a bit of a snack between hard ones, so people who submit really quick and easy levels aren't stuck waiting 2 hours to be done with the trolls that are in the queue ahead of them. But there are a lot of things that I think, you know, people have managed to hack around anyway, be it a lot of Jakku's work on Warp World or whoever it is who runs the other big viewer level bot. I see that this time we activated the P-switch on the right side. And that's... Oh, I see, we didn't beat the timer, okay. And yeah, pitch shifter, no worries. And catching up on your messages there, oh yes, you said there's a clown car randomizer hidden above the ceiling, I see. Yeah. Still a classic method. Yeah, just lots of conveniences in general that they decided not to bring back. There's a lot that Nintendo really got right with the technical side of everything that was built around Miiverse and around the web account system that they had. Of course, I know that they had been sunsetting all those services partly because they had a big security compromise on the Wii U and DS end. Wii U and 3DS end, rather, last year, and that's one of the things motivating them to shut down the web services, I think. DI Progan, welcome. Long time no see. But yeah, there's so much stuff on the technical side that they did very, very well, and having this sort of standard social media integration that they have on the Switch now just really isn't the same thing at all, because, you know, with Miiverse, the thing that made it really sing, like this core of the Miiverse service anyway, was that your Nintendo content would reach other Nintendo people. And it would really hit its target in terms of playing to an audience that would be receptive. What it didn't do was expand the visibility of that content to a new audience, which I think is what things like, you know, integrated Twitter spam and Facebook spam are for, but which is also precisely why I don't tend to use those features. Now, of course, that's just the core of Miiverse, but I mean, like, the whole web services package that they built around it, up to and including the Maker bookmark system, was very good design and engineering. And just in the wrong place at the wrong time, I think, in terms of the platform it was on, and just a lot of great ideas about the Wii U not catching on generally. Oops. And one came in. Thank you for the submission. Of wait, this isn't generic. I probably should have paid attention to the level there instead of trying to decipher the level title from my chat box. But that's alright, we'll make do with what we have. And do let me know if everything on the technical side is alright from the viewer's perspective. I don't think I had too many hitches when I was running Bowser's Fury over the last few days, but we did make a few changes to our setup on the back end, so always useful to know if everything is fine with audio balance, etc. And okay. P on the right side again. Whoops. And yeah, we'll just go over here. There we go. Yeah, Boom Boom slightly off screen there, but I did know he was coming. I just thought I would have a little bit more flexibility in positioning myself. The problem I was running into in that spot, I think, was that my last failure at that location encouraged me to race my way up to the P-switch lock as soon as I possibly could, and when I did that, that did create some issues. Yeah. And yeah, I see that that's what's going on the blue pipe and right side in terms of what the difference is. You know, in terms of dealing with the Goombas here as the major obstacle. And yeah, Pergan, forgot to acknowledge that. Thank you for Balloon Brain. I did notice that code when you posted it in the Discord as well, and I was originally going to just take a very thorough look at it on a puzzle stream, but I don't mind taking a first look at it here as well. I know you said it was a large multi-checkpoint level, so I don't know if I'll finish it in one session necessarily, but we will definitely do it fully at some point and just have an introductory look at minimum. So yeah, sometimes just not really accounting for how quickly the Wigglers or the Boom Boom are going to come down and snipe me. But we'll just deal with it. Yes, Donkey Mint. It is based on a randomizer. This is entirely a randomizer selected level, and I did get the right side path at least once. And right side path had Goombas spawn rather than Fishbones. That's the main difference I've noticed so far. There might be some other differences as well that I haven't picked out in detail. But I absolutely have gotten the right side pipe once, I think. And depending on the on-off states, it looks like within each of these zones you have the randomization of the P-switch as well. That seems to be independent of which pipe you've ended up in. Okay. That moon had better get here quickly. Nope. And I think the moon is actually going to swipe its way down into the lower section, so I may indeed have to fight Boom Boom head on. But yeah, main thing I've noticed with the right side is the Goombas. Also notice that the item randomization here spawns either a 1-up or a standard mushroom. The 1-up, I'm afraid, is not really that useful. Moon is for the Wigglers only, yeah, I believe so. And I really should have wiped them much earlier. It's more that I was kind of mindful of the possibility of missing the timing on the P-switch gate. And so if I just kind of hang below for a little longer, grab the moon, kill the Wigglers, hopefully I still have enough time to make my way up to the gate before Boom Boom, and I can have a nice, clean fight with him. Now, I don't know if the mushroom or 1-up selection is independent of the gate. I think it is, because it's triggered by the coin. Yeah, because the coin randomizer is behaving differently from whatever the off-screen clown car randomizer is doing to control the central gating mechanism. I don't know if you can save it for Boom Boom, because if you look at the placement of the conveyor belt and one-way panels around a Boom Boom room, it looks like it's there specifically to block you off from the arc of the moon as it sweeps across the bottom of the screen. I think by the time you fight Boom Boom, the moon becomes unreachable. At least that's what I suspect from having seen the layout. So... whoops. Alright, let's pop this guy. And yeah, sure. Let's not make everything explode just yet. We should actually delay the activation of the P-switch a bit. Whoops. Wasn't watching the cloud at all. No, I was thinking ahead and thinking that maybe I'm rushing to activate the P-switch too early. If I delay activating the P-switch a bit, I buy myself a little more time to deal with the wigglers before I hit Boom Boom. And that might be a slightly better approach. Yeah, so the mushroom versus the 1-up is based on a coin randomizer here and is totally independent of the gate randomizer, as I suspected. Oops. So here we will deal with Goombas and who knows what else. Oops. There we go. Not the most stylish thing in the world, but we'll deal with it. Okay, so... yeah, let's delay this. Hit the P-switch. Wait for the moon. Whoops. Completely missed because I forgot about the wind-up acceleration on the cloud. But you can see what I was intending to do there by delaying the P-switch just a bit so I could buy myself some time for the moon capture. Program, I'm not sure about that when it comes to the probability, because what Pitch Shifter was saying earlier, he's AFK momentarily, I think, but what he was saying earlier was that it is based on a clown car mechanism, and a clown car direction, when it comes to using the bounce direction as a randomizer, should be 50-50, as far as I know. One thing I don't know, now that I think about it, is whether anybody did eventually record a video clear of Lucky Draw in Maker 1. Because I know some streams were running, 24/7 Lucky Draw, where they would just loop it around constantly to try to capture video footage of somebody making it through the Magic Koopa RNG gauntlet. But that's always the first thing I think of when it comes to RNG mechanisms in Mario Maker, even though that specific one didn't come back. Although in the context of Maker 2, where the RNG is something that is input-based when it comes to how it's seeded, Tempest Funk, who occasionally comes by here, created this really interesting puzzle solution in one of his escape room levels that involves RNG manipulation, and it is the most brilliant thing I've seen done with randomizers in the context of Maker 2, I think. Okay, the conveyor belts actually make this easier in a way, in terms of allowing myself to get a decent positioning here. Whoops. In that I can just clip to either wall, and when I clip to either wall, I have a slightly easier time booming the boom. And yeah, just need to swap swap sides. There we go. Hit the P-switch as late as possible. Yeah, Pitch Shifter, that was the strat that I ended up intending. Whether or not those intentions were fulfilled, of course, is a very different question. Well, this room seems to be up to me. Let's go red. Take the red pipe and see how deep this rabbit hole goes. And hit the POW while we're at it. Hit another POW while we're at it, just for cathartic purposes. Okay, boss time, again. Interesting. Yeah, this is just based on shell deflection, if I understand it correctly. Pretty relaxed so far. And will consistently launch the shells towards the side that is not obstructed. Right, and ultimately we do want to spawn a few POWs, change the on-off state so we have access to the POW, and then get all the way down to the bottom of the stack. Interesting boss design. Interesting. You've got a couple of different multi-phase mechanisms going on, but I think it's very easily readable at a first glance. I didn't execute it very well, but I think it was worth a look. Let's try the right side. Okay, this is something quite different. It's going to block the key door. That's going to squat on the on-off. Alright. And let's see if this brings us back to the same thing. The right side is a one-screen puzzle. Okay. Ah, okay. Let's see here. Very interesting. Okay, so this is going to be Thwomp activated as before, I'm sure. Okay, I was on a cloud and I was time limited there. I was spending so much time actually reading the layout. Totally forgot that the cloud disappears under my feet. Okay, randomizer's going to spit that one out. Let's try right again. And Jay on the beat, thank you for the submission of Level Design Process. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough, depending on how long everything else takes. Okay, let's go Thwomp. And yeah, I see that the Thwomp and the Bob-omb here are kind of acting as a tutorial for the mechanism that you need to interact with afterwards. That was, of course, not how I meant to activate the POW. I peeked up there a little bit early, and the head bump was not good news. No thanks to you, Buzzy Helmet. Let's do the right side. Nothing against the left side. I feel like the left side, I kind of understand what's going on there, though, and I haven't had a chance to solve the right side yet. Oh. Let's grab this. Got that money! Welcome back. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. I know that you've probably been steadily working on some Super World content on your end. Let's nuke this again. And so yeah, thank you for 7-4. Chain Chomp's Ice Haven. I guess if you are working on a Super World, you are fairly far along, although I know you haven't been assembling it necessarily in a linear order. Okay, so this is going to be a Thwomp switch. And P-switch is... P-switch controls cloud access. So there we go. The P-switch is... I was about to say the P-switch is like the Jeff Bezos of this level. Controls your access to the cloud. And here we go. And yeah, let's try to actually solve this. I mean, don't get me wrong, the left side boss is a lot of fun. It's more that I feel like I have seen what the sequence of ideas is about there in terms of taking out the Piranha Plant stack one by one, and I do kind of want to figure out both sides while I have the chance. And yeah, I got that money. I've been quite busy as well, hence my total disappearance from Twitch over the last 4 months. But we are back, hopefully on a longer-term basis, but time will tell. And why would we want to hit... Whoops. Didn't expect the cloud to go so soon. I was wondering why we would want to switch blaster sides that soon, because I see the P-switch is activating... You know, the switching of which side you want to go for when it comes to the cloud shooting from the blaster. I haven't really looked at what else the P-switch is doing for me there, and whether I should conserve them within that limit of 2. So that's something we'll keep an eye out for on the next attempt here. Okay, Bob-omb, here we go. And yeah, there we go. One obscure mechanism of clouds to beat the blue boss. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I will be reminded of it with time. And... okay. It's possible I don't know it, but I am able to traverse to the other side while the state is red. I have been away from this game for a while, so there is a lot that's coming back to me slowly when it comes to the less commonly known mechanics. And yet, no worries about having to go AFK a bit at a time. Okay, some obscure mechanic with clouds that I apparently don't know. Well, we'll see. Okay, let's go for this. And... oh, I see. When the clouds are expended, you have to switch sides. Because otherwise the next one won't spawn in time. However, if the switches are on red, you are able to jump across the central column, and so you're not totally dead. Yeah, it seems like it has something to do with when the next cloud is allowed to spawn from the blaster. That's probably the thing I'm missing here. R.R. Langdon, thank you for the submission of S-Spy. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to you soon enough. Queue is filling up quickly, but we are fairly early on in the stream, so we'll hopefully be able to get to that before too long, so... we're going to be hanging out on this side while we're waiting for the POW, so it's probably in my best interest to jump on this cloud over here. And, oh, we do need to do a double activation. We have run ourselves out of P-switches, and that's not really a good thing. Okay. Oh. The Zappa Mecha Koopas have come out to play. And yeah, because we are riding the cloud on the left side blaster is not spawning a new one. That's the issue. Okay, so that's why we need to conserve the P-switches. Okay, R. Langdon, no worries if you are not able to stay for that long. Hope to see you again sometime. And Chu Solo, thank you for Koopa's Family Circus Monopoly. Unless, of course, you have changed your mind about that. And, okay, Thwomp first. Yep, go ahead and send me something else if you'd like. Alright, let's wander lonely as a cloud. And yeah, there's also a replace command, but you're at the back of the queue, so leave will do just fine. Shouldn't have any issues there. I should actually change that help text to reflect the fact that the replace command exists. Okay. That was poorly conceived. I'd forgotten how long that cloud had already been out on the left side. And thought I could buy myself a little more time, so thank you for escaping the prison at Chusolo. Chusolo, given your user handle, I assume that we escaped the prison through the trash compactor. But who knows? Alright, back in we go. If we are really running short on time, I will just beat this on the red side. But I do want to kind of run through this at least once to have a good sense of what to do. Let's drop through them. Okay. I was hoping to drop into the center column because of the fact that the switches were on red, but I think maybe we should use the P-switches to buy myself the cloud on the right side on the first cycle. It's a little too dangerous to be using the cloud that's spawning on the left side that quickly. Okay. I actually have been on a fairly large Star Wars kick lately. I used to keep up with Star Wars very closely, up until the end of the prequels, and then I just kind of dropped off. And so lately I've been catching up on everything. Went through all of Clone Wars, starting to go through all of Rebels, slowly working my way to The Mandalorian. Oh, whoops. Played Jedi Fallen Order, which was actually quite a bit more interesting than I expected. But yeah, I used to be much closer to a lot of that material. Alright, we'll give this a few more tries and then we'll just beat the easier boss on the red side. Because I find that even understanding what to do here with the cloud timing, there is still a fairly sizable execution challenge to get through all of the Mecha Koopa dodging that comes in the later phases of the fight. I have not tried Battlefront 2. So, any particular impressions you have of Battlefront 2 would be fun to hear about. But, I've never really been that much into the Battlefield style format. Anyway, so it wasn't something that I paid much attention to as a release, even without all the issues that it had such a reputation for at launch with microtransactions and so forth. I know some of that was patched out, but it's just not something I ever really kept up with regardless. I've heard people say some pretty good things about Star Wars Squadrons. But that's not something I've tried yet either. I really feel like Star Wars has been starving for a strategy game. There used to be so much Star Wars RTS on PC back in the day, and, you know, a lot of it wasn't really significant by the standards of the RTS genre, but it was there, and it was nice to have even something like an Age of Empires clone And, you know, nowadays, like, now that things like XCOM have made such a big revival, I just think that Star Wars XCOM is the most obvious thing in the world, but apparently the people who actually run the licensing disagree, so what can you do? Alright, let's get to the other side here. Hit POW number 2. Whoa, this is going to be tricky. Yeah, I understand the general concept, but I think the execution barrier here is maybe going to be a bit of a stopper for a while. So why don't we just go back to the red boss? I think we have seen enough of that room to understand the general idea, just not so much the strategy behind how to pace our way through the cloud spawns. The cloud is underused. I've seen some good cloud concepts here and there, but it has a lot of room for further exploration, let's say. Particularly because it's one of the few objects in the game that has behavior that is mapped to the screen position, rather than the, you know, block layout of the level, if you know what I mean. So the cloud is a much more controllable element than people take it for, in terms of how it gives the first impression of acting very chaotically at first because of the way it snaps back and forth across the screen. But when you understand that the cloud is kind of bounded by screen position and that momentum mechanics follow from that, suddenly a lot of things open up. I've seen one really good cloud-based puzzle, I think, which was by Saku, who created the legendary Mole Maze level in 4YMM. Yeah, Saku also made a cloud puzzle, I believe, that was really quite interesting in terms of how it used the screen position mechanic to just squeeze a ton of use out of the item. I don't know how I remember some of this stuff months after playing it, given how much Mario Maker I've seen, but it's probably a credit to the level designer to make something that I can remember for that long. Alright, I know I have been on this one for a while, but I do want to beat at least one side of it. And I think we're reasonably close. I am mechanically way out of practice, as people dropping by must have seen already. But, you know, just need to get back into the swing of this. But yeah, considering that this is my first viewer level stream in about 4 months, I'm glad to see really elaborately designed submissions right off the bat. And I've always thought I was very fortunate to receive just a good amount of high-quality submissions on the stream, even compared to a lot of the other viewer-level streams I've watched. That, for some reason, I just get good makers here, or at least makers who, you know, really like to think about contraptions and mechanics and so on, and are very committed to that as designers. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, I know you're way at the back of the queue, but I do hope to get to you before too long, Chew Solo. Hey, we actually did make it through this room. I should be attentive to the fact that I successfully got the key, and yeah, looks like both locked doors drop you directly on the flagpole, and that's one GG. We'll have to think about the other side some other time, but so much for Explorer of Sky. And thank you very much, Pitch Shifter. I really couldn't get past Phase 2 of the blue side. So yeah, in terms of the cloud mechanic that you thought I didn't know, maybe you should let me know what you were thinking of, because maybe it is something I did know but just didn't remember to make use of. Or maybe it's something I really didn't know. Who knows? Anyway, that's a win. Let's move on. Okay, document. Yeah, clouds start to wear off as soon as they come out of a cannon. Yes, I remembered that in the middle of that room, because I was trying to find a decent timing for when to hit the P-switches and when to conserve them, and when to use the central pillar while the on-off switch is set to red, and maybe I was just kind of overthinking it, but yeah, it was something that I kind of forgot about initially, and then I remembered it when I started failing to picking the wrong cloud and losing it much too soon. Okay, here's Corridor, and indeed here's Wonder Walls. I don't see it as marked as a music level, so I suppose there's no Wonder Walls music track. Also, Mang with the world record on this. Did Mang dye her hair black? Really? Okay. Mang with the record on this tells me that something bouncy is going on. Maybe. Who knows? Okay. Yeah, I can see that the blaster is on a separate layer that's not clipping against anything here. It's probably resting on a... I don't want to say a boo. It's... Yeah, this is what one of the Japanese makers, I think it was Canada, calls the Layer 2 mechanic, right? In terms of having the blasters placed on a stack that doesn't clip with the rest of the terrain. Okay, let's pay attention and do this at least somewhat carefully. I probably should grab this. It is grabbable within range, so... nope. One-way panels. Let's not be silly. I did, in fact, need to hit the switch a second time. Remotely puzzly? Yeah, I suppose so. In that everything is remote controlled. And yeah, Chusolo, the blasters are going through the walls because of the stack that they're resting on. I don't remember if it's like a boo stack or some other mechanic, but I have seen this trick before. I just don't remember how the setup works because it's been months since I've looked at any of this stuff. The floor, I don't think is a semi-solid. It looks like ground blocks to me on the bottom. And besides, you can see that the blasters are also clipping through the spike blocks, which, you know, have ground block collision rules. Okay. Can I make it through? No. I have to probably dump the trampoline on top of... You know what? No. Let's not be silly. Let's do this the easy way. And then we jump back around. No, bad idea. We needed to jump on it while it was moving. Slide back to the right, grab the spring. Yeah, and shove it over using the blaster surface. Setup is in a door on the final screen. Okay, looking forward to it. At the end of the corridor. Whoops. Okay. In through here. And thank you for the follow. Pitch shifter. Really looking forward to more randomizer setups from you. And other things too, if you have them. But apparently randomizers are your thing from what you were saying, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, up we go. Let's land, grab, and then we want the spring to be carried. It's not going to be pushed because let's up throw. No, up throw is a bad idea because it will wind up on top of the platform, won't it? It's sitting on top of the blaster comfortably. If we just drop it, okay. Let's do it that way then. Oh, whoops. That was absolutely the right idea, though. That is the correct solution. It's just a botched execution. Yeah, very cool idea. Definitely less of an action-packed extravaganza than in a lot of Documed's usual creations, but with a lot of the same mechanical flair. So. And we'll see. I mean, there might be some tricky platforming and timing ahead, for all we know. You see, the thing about anything even mildly puzzly is that clear rates kind of stop being informative. But yeah, you can see that while the spring was sitting on top of the spike block, the blaster was clipping through. Now, however, it is on the blaster layer. Okay. There we go. Yes, it must be on the on state for us to get through, so let's do that. And here we go. On-off state is going to be in our favor there. The whole moving wall thing is something you've been trying to accomplish since Maker 1. Yeah. Very cool idea. Whoa. I probably should have paid attention to that. Arrows pointing left. Oh, I see. Okay. You will want to use the blaster surface as something that pushes you into the coins, I think. Or maybe that's just reasoning my way from how the blaster offsets worked in the static cling level that Document made for YMM. I always like those offset mechanics where, you know, these minor fluctuations in collisions and grid alignment create these very colorful interactions. They do break you out of some of the strictly grid-based thinking that dominates so much of Mario design. Oops. Okay. Luckily, pretty easily executed mechanically in terms of falling towards the blaster, so long as you don't go too late. Kind of misjudged my speed there. And Chu Solo, you're going to start out with an easy level and then go in from there. Oh, you mean in terms of submissions or in terms of playing? And yeah, I'll let you judge what's best in terms of submissions if you want to make that decision based on what you are seeing me do as a player. I am very rusty in general, but I'm sure things will come back gradually. And got that money. If you got that money, it's leave if you want to leave. Remove is my command on the admin side. And I know that's kind of confusing, but, you know, Maybe I should clean up some of the commands to be a little more intuitive. Okay. Oh, whoops. Bumped my head. Yeah, too late for you to stay. That's fine. Hopefully we'll catch you around. Yeah, I got that money. I don't know if you are on Discord at all, but that's how I've been keeping up with some of the viewers here in my absence and letting them know when things were getting back in business. But either way, you know how to reach me elsewhere. And I hope you've been doing well generally. So. Yeah, exclamation Discord is the link to this channel's community. It's pretty small, it's just a lot of the regulars here who were awaiting my return, apparently. But it's almost entirely Mario Maker people at this point, given that that's been the main program here for some time. That will change, I'm sure, with time, but whoops. Yeah, nice to see you as well. Thanks for dropping by, even if it was just very briefly. Okay, let's actually execute this cleanly so we can get back to solving the room that needs solving. Dying to a lot of silly things so far. So we just need to walk through the parts that we've understood already, just, you know, without bumping into spikes with every move. And forward we go. Okay, drop. Punch. There we go. At long last. Alright, next room. Now, let's read this properly before we lunge forward, since we do have a safety zone here before we hit the one-way panel. It looks like hitting the on-off switch does what? I don't see why that would affect the conveyor belt unless there is a P-switch activation. A P-switch activation would cause the conveyor belt to stop and the spiny shell to change the on-off state back to what it was before. Yes, hence the back and forth. So I wasn't paying enough attention last time to see if there was a P activation, but I think that must be what activates the conveyor and spiny mechanism. So what do we do with that information? We run with the blaster, and we let the blaster push the trampoline back to the left. So we just jump on the trampoline and catch each of the red coins, I suppose, except I do need to get back in time to hit the off switch once again to move the blaster to the right, because there is some conveyor base setup below. Okay, let's run back. Yeah. And it's not going to collide with the trampoline, it's just... Okay, got it. I do understand this now. Okay, I was hoping to reposition the trampoline, and that was actually not the right idea, perhaps, but we'll figure it out. And okay, on we go. And yeah, here we are. Okay, we do understand this part. So that should go down fairly quickly. And I do understand the next room conceptually, just to clean up some things when it comes to execution. I probably don't need to reposition the spring, but very easy to make the assumption that I should. It's probably a bad idea to do so, though, because I need to have full momentum to beat the blaster back here, and you can see that because of some of that stoppage horizontally, that was enough to kill me right there. So, need to work on my aim. And maybe use the central donut block a little more effectively, but repositioning the spring should not be part of the solution. It just adds one unnecessary action to my side while I'm racing the blaster to the left, and so really can't afford to spend my time on that. But let's go back, run around, and back up we go. Okay. Why didn't we just place the trampoline like that in the first place? Oh, probably because of the awkwardness of it being in that half-tile position on top of the blaster stack. Oh, no, miss. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. However, maybe that'll make some things easier. Okay, okay, we actually have a method now. Nope. Alright, much better. Much better. That's a significantly smarter way to do it. And here we have moving walls. Spin jump. Yeah, of course. Spin jump, he says, as he dies to a regular jump. So yeah, conveyors are definitely part of the setup, as you can see. It's gotta be... Whoops, spin jump. Okay, it's going to be running sort of around into that semi-solid to hit the on-off switch to move the blasters back to the left so I can reposition. Yeah, down to the left, hit the on-off switch, reposition, get back to the right. I think I do understand this. No. I go to the next element first. I go to the element that's further along the track to the right, hit those on-off switches, and then hit that first row of 3 on-off switches when I'm heading back to the left here. Yeah, to the right, hit the on-off switch. To the left, hit the on-off switch. Okay. You were worried I was never going to try moving that spring? Yeah, well, sometimes I do get locked in a pattern of trying the wrong solution, or trying something inefficient. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay, I want to activate as many of those as I can in order to create a platform for myself. I didn't understand at that point that that was what was signified by the tracks, but now I do know. And the issue there was that I was not doing a full hold on spin jump off of the thwomp. And if I had done that, I would have activated all of these blocks much earlier. Okay, don't want to slow down into it, though. I do want to just go back and forth until I have created a safe passage for myself. Okay. Okay. CP hype, yeah. That is very much something that is now in our past. And will save us a little bit of fuss when it comes to moving objects around. Okay, let's get on board this time. And okay, Move. Oh, whoops. Jumped a little prematurely there. Game audio cut out. Okay, 1 second while I fix that. Yeah, occasionally we have a CPU throttling issue on my PC that kind of creates that bug. And I've never been able to fix it, but thank you for alerting me to that immediately. And we'll fix it up quickly. Yep, back in just 1 moment, I hope. Okay, game audio should be back now. Let me know if there are any further issues with that. And yes, this has been a very cool level so far. But yeah, it's an issue with my streaming setup that has been present for a very long time and is only going to be solved through either better cooling or just a new PC build entirely, and so that's not going to happen for some time, unfortunately. And I just try to catch it when it happens to create the least disruption possible. Let's delay the activation of that switch a bit longer. Okay, no, missed. Okay. Nope. Slipped on that one semi-solid overhang, thinking that I had hit the thwomp already. I can see, by the way, why Meng has the record on this, given how many Meng levels are also based on thwomp bounces like this. Whoops. There we go. Alright, to the left. Get this. Spin jump. Oh, okay. Totally misread the semi-solid up top. Yeah, need to get on that a little faster. Okay, just gonna activate a few of these here. And back we go. Oh, whoops. A little bit premature there. Yeah, I can see that the unifying element of the puzzle, or the level in general, is just the moving blaster wall concept. And I do think it's very coherent how you get from the puzzle elements to this section here, so... Okay. There we go. Okay. What's this all about? Okay, it's going to go back to the left. It's going to drop that muncher, and then what? Whoops. Oh, yep. Going up a pipe. That's really one of the hardest maneuvers in the game. And yeah, I do agree about Meng. I think the thing about Meng is that she has one of the best understandings of how momentum works in this engine that I've seen among makers. I think that's the thing that you'll see in every Meng level, is that there's just this really crazy knack for squeezing every drop out of how momentum is calculated in this game, and maybe that's reflected as a player as well. Alright. Well, we'll see how long it takes to get back to the pipe. Okay. Interesting that if I hit the switch that early, does that affect the blaster's spacing? That's something I'm suddenly considering, but maybe I haven't looked at it that closely. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, this section is a pretty easy read, which is nice. Up we go. Don't know about that question mark on the top right. Anyway, CP hype once again. That 50 coin is suspicious. But maybe not currently relevant to our interests. Okay. Oh, I see. Reacted to that a little bit late. I did accurately read what was going on there. I just kind of hesitated momentarily. Oh. Missed that. That's okay, I could use this. Whoops. Forgot that it didn't collide. No, okay. Do need to be a bit quicker about repositioning accurately and then landing that jump. Here we are. Nope. I do want to go left and then right. Because I do need the blasters to be moving to the right when I get up to the upper level. Okay, here we are. And just a forward toss will do. No, miss. That is the right idea, though. Nice early throw to get it in position. And yeah, really does throw one off as a player, I think, to just see the trampoline clip through completely. I do need to have the thwomp move to the side and clip against the blocks. Get over it in the central section. Okay, yes, I see. Yeah, just to see it go right past the blasters is something that comes as a bit of a surprise every time, because intuitively you just expect the collision, even if you understand what's going on mechanically in the level. Okay. Missed a 50 coin. Hit that accurately. Come on. Oh. Yeah, cut a little too much momentum there. And yeah, choose solo. This is a great concept. Okay. Okay. There we go. Right, upper level. Yeah. Should have actually read that accurately. Sometimes these semi-solid surfaces have a way of exacerbating my tunnel vision. Okay. Here we go. There we are. A little bit slow, but that is the correct idea. A lot of very skilled players try to spring jump there. Yeah. That's not what I'm going to try. Item handling jumps are definitely not my forte. I can actually do some of them now. You know, just your basic garden variety shell jumps. I can actually execute them more successfully than I imagined I would be able to do when I first started streaming this game, but you know, a lot of the other object handling is still well beyond what I'm comfortable with. Okay, still a little bit late on that. Dexterity, welcome. And yeah, choose solo. Hope you enjoy that code yourself. Back. There we go. Back. And forward. Whoa, okay. Spin jump, yeah. And wait, is it a spin jump? I need something to... No, it's an up throw. Up throw because then the bomb will ignite against a switch, yeah. Okay, I get it. Oh, whoops. Back we go. I'm glad you allow for a second chance. You know, for embarrassing little misses like that. Okay, here we are. I think I understand all this fairly well now. Oh, love the timing on that. Still reacted fairly poorly to the placement of the next on-off switch, but the timing on the bomb feels so crisp. And it feels very safe for me as well. Like, it hits the switch exactly when I want it to. But I don't feel particularly threatened by the bomb timing on the lower level. Okay, here we are. And forward. And backward. Okay, let's try to land accurately here. Nope, still hesitated a little bit too much. I do need to run all the way against a blaster after throwing the bomb. Really need to hug that wall and hit the next switch as soon as I'm able. I think that's how I'm understanding it. I may not have read that next segment after the bomb very carefully at a first glance. Okay. Forward. Backward. A little bit of hesitation there will actually buy myself a little bit of time, so not the worst thing in the world. There we go. Yeah, it took me a moment to read the item throw spot there, but I guess that's a back and forth where you grab the trampoline that you spawned out of the block and then throw it when you are... Throw it against the switch probably, and then throw it to the right. I don't know. We'll have to read that a bit more carefully. Okay. To the right. And there we go. A little slow safety of man, welcome back. Been a long time. And yeah, dexterity. Apparently the setup for the blasters clipping through the ground is something that's going to be exposed at the end of the level once I reach that. So that will be our reward for completion. We will be rewarded with knowledge, which is the best kind of result, so long as Nintendo doesn't ultimately patch it out. Now, I've seen similar mechanics before, as I was saying, just not quite used in this context. Okay, it's taking me a moment to read what's going on there. I guess I have to do a high bounce off of the last swamp, get pushed by the blaster, maybe. Well, no, I need to make it through to the next location anyway, and I think a spin jump off the last swamp should give me what I want, like a high spin jump. I don't know why I instinctively just go for a low bounce on the spin jumps there. Probably because I think I need to gain some horizontal position. One came in as leave. Sorry we couldn't make it to you in time. But thanks for dropping by anyway, and hopefully we'll catch you at a more opportune time in another stream. Whoops. Accidentally dropped a spring. And yeah, I know my times have always been incredibly inconvenient for everybody. Most of all myself. Yeah, Safety of Man, hope you've been doing well. It has indeed been a long time, but it's so nice to see so many old regulars come back, even within the first few days of returning. All I've done so far is Bowser's Fury in the last 2 sessions, and Now back to Maker for the first time since October. I've been doing a little bit of Maker offline, but mostly just things like the Ninja levels that are time limited. Not a very serious Ninja player, of course, but I find that I like finding my own route in those up to about top 2% of players. And it doesn't take a lot of work, and, you know, it's something that keeps the controller warm. There we go, just needed to hold into that. Needed to jump into that. Oh, I see. Okay, I have to shift that back. And then what? Jump against a wall, maybe. Yeah, I haven't gotten a good read on that element just yet, but we'll get there and we'll see what we can do. Yeah. And let's hit that. Back and forth. I'm amazed I've actually managed to hit the bomb accurately more often than not. Okay, let's hold the jump into this. Yeah, I do need to hit the on-off, and then... What is going on with... Oh, okay, the blaster is not going to clip against a Trampolinos. It's not going to push that. So you have a row of yellow blocks that seem to be the throwing targets. And the idea is that if I throw a little bit further, I should be able to get through to the right. Yeah. I don't want to switch the wall back at that point because I don't have another opportunity to move it to the right. It's just that the spring is not being thrown far enough. And dexterity, yeah, I remember some of your older submissions, I think. Dex trolls, yes, that's right. That's right. Sometimes I have to keep all the handles straight. And yeah, still working out a new schedule. We've had a lot of changes on this end, and you know, this is going to be a bit of an experimental schedule for at least the next little while as I figure out what works. But and yes, DI program things are indeed getting at least slightly warmer. I do like the steady escalation in the pace here, where your ability to read the level does need to accelerate as you go along. You need to understand the elements quicker as you go. Whoops, bad timing there. Maybe a little bit late on the bomb, or maybe even early on the bomb if it's moving the wall back before I can hit the next on-off switch. That's okay, we'll think about that and try not to make that mistake twice. Oh, back. There we go. Let's do that again. Missed that tantalizing 50 coin. And forward. And yeah, safety of man, things have been pretty well. Just extremely busy in a way that has been not really conducive to sitting down with anything over uninterrupted sessions, and so that was not good news for streaming. And I found that I play much less Mario Maker when I'm not streaming these days compared to what I used to do. Before I got a capture card, obviously I was playing Mario Maker all the time, just offline. But since getting a capture card, I feel like, you know, since I'm primarily playing a lot of levels by makers that are already known to me, or makers that look interesting, I feel like I should be recording whenever I play. Because it's in the nature of user content that I do want to preserve as much of this stuff as I can and kind of create a record. Because the content is, you know, very unique and much less repeatable, I guess, much more difficult to find if you want to walk down memory lane someday. So, these days, now that I have a capture card, I feel like I should have the record button going whenever I'm playing through even my private list. And so what ends up happening is that when I'm not recording, I just wind up playing other games. So, that's just how it goes. Yeah, like the Ninja stuff, I don't particularly care about recording because, you know, I end up with top 2% routes that are not particularly elite, and... Oops, miss. And it's very easy to find good footage of those again. That's not so true of that very personal quality of the Mario Maker experience when it comes to playing user content and engaging with it in your own way, finding puzzle solutions, developing your own technical habits with other people's unique creations. And in general, I find that, you know, with every user content game I've ever known, inevitably you run into some kind of preservation problem in the long term. And, okay, too ambitious there. Right idea, a little too far. Didn't build up enough momentum on that last jump. Probably should have just followed the marker. I'm not very good at following markers. Yeah, Chew Solo, I really do respect the effort that people put into making thumbnails if they really work on the pixel art. Not a talent I have, but it does pop out, and it immediately tells you that this is a person who, well, put effort into the cover image and hopefully also put a lot of effort into the level, but at minimum would be somebody who, you know, knows enough about the editor to know how the cover thumbnails work. And if you kind of meet that minimum bar of A, understanding the generation of the cover images from where you save your file, and B, actually taking the time to do pixel art, like, that does create a certain confidence in the level going in. It doesn't always pan out. Sometimes you just wind up with piles of refreshing garbage, but... Oh, whoops. Okay, starting to slip here. And yeah, people in queue, I know I've been taking a long time with this one, but I think we all want to see the exposure of the conveyor mechanic, or the blaster mechanic at the end, so... And I'm quite invested in this level at this point, so... Sit tight, we'll get through what we can after I stop missing the thwomp. And you've made some pixel art before Maker 2? Yeah. Bringing that experience in with you, I think, is definitely very valuable. Okay. There we go. Bounce. Bomb. Okay. Success. Success. Okay, let's stall here until we know what's going on. Move to Boo. There we go. Glad I was given the opportunity to stall at the end here. We missed a true ending. Alright. So sad. Well, that's an incentive to return someday to investigate this for the true ending. Anyway, thank you, Donkey Mint. Very satisfying level. Ah, yes, the question block with the key. Yes, that's right. I was wondering about that question block. So, looks like I had a clear time of 10 mangs. And let's see who's next. DI Brogan. Oh, I didn't miss the true ending. Okay. And then what about that locked door on the final screen, then what am I not understanding about that? Oh, I see, yes. Question block with the key. Okay, yeah, I see. I'll need to think about that and look over my footage to see if I am following your train of thought, but in the meantime, let's punch in B9X, thank you for the GG, 3QM, S1H. So this is the balloon level, isn't it? Yes, balloon brain. Well, it's large and filled with something. Team PB. I'm not sure I know what PB is. It's either personal best or peanut butter. I feel like I used to know this stuff. But yeah, let's take a look. As I said, because you had warned me in advance that this is a large multi-checkpoint level, we'll get through as much as we can. I don't know if we'll do it all in this session necessarily, but you know, as you know, I always do complete your levels in the long run, even if it is a very long run. But anyway, it looks like the idea here is to use the blocks as a precision alignment, where as long as you crash into the blocks directly, you are able to beat the precision gap fairly reliably. So the idea is that you want to crash into things. Like, for instance, this coin. Okay, P-switch is going to transform this into a block. You use the block to realign yourself, maybe. But the idea is that you have to make it through the gap with the E-balloon intact. Curious. Okay. Let's... no. That's gonna be disastrous. And yeah, document, thank you for submitting, as always. Okay. So, yeah, this is going to be something involving, well, precision, obviously, but precision that is based on aligning yourself with the aid of the coin. Now, how should I be doing that? Because it's... in the previous obstacles, I ran into the blocks, you know, with that one tile offset that allowed me to align myself correctly. Here, that's not really the case. So, we'll see if I understand the central mechanic here. I mean, this is clearly a bit of a tutorial zone to that effect. I mean, I guess I can align myself to the pixels here. And maybe that does nothing. Okay. Let me think about this. Ultimately, I do want to hit this and collect the coin while the P-switch is active, because that will allow some kind of item to spawn from that. No, I want to hit the on-off switch, but it looks like if I collect the coin, then you'd get an item spawn off the other yellow pipe as well. That's how I'm understanding this, which will allow you to get through. What is it with this coin, then? Okay, let's see if we can understand. Okay. How the deflection works here. Interesting. Yeah, because the introductory sections are telling me something about how the blocks give you precision alignment. But what they don't tell me is how I can adjust by that additional distance of one block that we're seeing here. So for example, if the coin were one tile higher, very easy, you just kind of bump into that thing, and that gives you the correct location. Here, I'm not exactly sure how to engage with this, but... Now, bumping the mushroom from above just kind of takes it as a normal platform. Bumping here does what? Not really sure. Okay. Maybe it's telling me something about how I should be using Balloon Mario's turning radius. So for example, if I bump in this location, then I do the left turn. No. Left turn. No, that's going to be way too low. I'm afraid I don't really see it. Unless there's some kind of invisible block, perhaps, that is placed overhead. Nope. And we have a rate of 173. What are you? Did I just get a Panga raid? Panga? Panga? How could you? Well, okay, thank you very much, first of all, for the raid and all of the follows from 390 viewers as I jam myself against this level where, as you can see, P-Balloon Precision is not really working out for us at the moment, but let me just give you a shout-out. As soon as I can actually remember how to spell Pangea. Okay, there we go. Shout-out Pangea Panga. So yeah, welcome everybody who is new. This is actually quite a treat considering that I just resumed streaming Mario Maker for the first time in about 4 months, so that is quite a surprise. And yeah, really quite a welcome back party. Sorry as I catch up with all of the smiles in chat. That is, okay, really quite a treat, quite a surprise. And so thank you for all the submissions. I honestly don't know how much longer I will be running tonight, so pardon me if I don't get to the new submissions that we have come in, but thank you to those who are in fact here. And so you get to watch me crash against some balloon precision in the meantime. So yeah, Panga, I hope everything has been doing well. I know that it has been a Ninja week, so I don't know your current rank, but I'm sure it is something incredibly impressive. And yeah, sure, will I smile with you in chat? Yes, I will. Let's give you all smiles. Let's dump one of my very tiny selection of boutique emotes as well. Anyway, that's a wonderful burst of attention. Thank you everybody for dropping by. And maybe you can tell me something about what I'm supposed to do here. I'll show you what we've been looking at so far in this level. And yeah, so Mario Maker is the main thing we do around here. Or at least was before I kind of took a 4-month absence from streaming, from which I just returned the other day for the purposes of Bowser's Fury. So yeah, so you can see here that the central mechanic involves using the collisions to align yourself to the precision grid here that allows you to, you know, punch through these positions. The problem I'm running into is how to use that knowledge against this obstacle here, as we need to navigate through this gap in order to hit the on-off switch, presumably collect a coin while the P-switch is active, spawn some item, and make it all the way through to the right side. So yes, Electrodude, that is definitely a very unexpected woe from all the people who had come in with the Panga raid, so thank you to all of the new submissions in the queue. Sorry if I can't keep up with naming them. And yes, now a boot, I did hit the P-switch to turn this into a block. And the idea was that I was going to use this block to align myself to the grid, and that has not worked out successfully so far, because it seems like the position is 1 block off from what I need it to be, so. And, yeah. Alright. So, we'll see if we can actually do something about that problem without the aid of calling in TaskBot or something. And Mr. Electrodude, you picked a wonderful time to cash that in. You're going to ask for number 84. And I guess we'll have to cash in your reward for number 84 in front of all these fine people who had just come in to see something perhaps more interesting than dying to spikes. So Electrodude has very kindly demonstrated what happens when you summon up the reading screen. Indeed, it is sonnet time. And a sonnet request from Mr. Electrodude is number 84, which is like so. Who is it that says most, which can say more, than this rich praise that you alone are you, in whose confine immured is the store, which should example where your equal grew? Lean penury within that pen doth dwell, that to his subject lends not some small glory. But he that writes of you, if he can tell that you are you, so dignifies his story. Let him but copy what in you is writ, not making worse what nature made so clear. And such counterparts shall fame his wit, making his style admired everywhere. You to your beauteous blessings add a curse, being fond on praise, which makes your praises worse. So thank you for that, Electrodude. And this time we will, in fact, remember to turn off the overlay after the fact. And mark that reward as cashed. And sorry that I can't keep up with all the messages in chat. This is really the biggest burst of attention we've received in quite some time. And yeah, in case I missed it earlier, somebody tell me how Panga has been doing with the Ninja leaderboard this week. I'm sure that has been quite the competition, as it usually is. Okay, the coin is money. Yes. The coin is bait. The coin is something, that's for sure. But yeah, we need something to collide against. That is... Oh, you know what? It's not going to be the P-switch. Yeah, you hit the P-switch, you come over here, put the P-switch on top of the semi-solid. You know what? I should actually take damage and... I usually don't require backseat assistance for puzzles, and so I'm glad we embarrassed ourselves in front of everybody right off the bat. So ultimately, the actual bait here was, well, first of all, that complacency right there. But secondly, the expectation that we were going to do something about the coin collection in this particular location. So, no, it should work as long as I turn right here. There we go. There we go. Spoiler alert. Okay, this is going to spawn something mildly interesting, and that's going to be a POW. Alright, so next segment is going to be... what? We need to get across to the checkpoint. I don't see why we required a POW to do that. Oh, because we need to align ourselves to the precision grid once again. Actually, I do know what to do here, I think. We just soft drop the POW. There we are. And yeah. Okay, so let's see how we're doing. Yes, this is going to be a multi-checkpoint red coin setup, so we'll just have to traverse each room and see how it goes. Let's take a look at the Thwomp room to the bottom left. And looks like we have a P marker on top of the Thwomp, which is where we want to ultimately place the POW, isn't it? So we just do a drop here. What is going on the left side? Okay, no, that will get me across to the right side. And the exit pipe, but it's not going to solve a number of other problems, such as igniting the bomb and... yeah, I guess a P-switch activation would release whatever is spawning in the red pipe. Let's see here. Okay, well, let's head over there just to bump some things around, because if I bump the yellow block under the muncher, that's going to drop on top of the P, that's going to release something perhaps from the from the red pipe, and take care of the bomb that way. So far, one thing we have not done is do anything to move the thwomp or interact with the left side, but we'll figure out how that is relevant with time, I'm sure. Okay, Shelmet. That's fine. Do we want to put on the Shelmet, given that putting on a Shelmet... No, I think we can just drop it, actually. We can take the Shelmet. If we put it on, though, we'll spawn another one. So we might as well do that. Drop it. Whoops. I said drop it. Kick. Sure, let's just take damage. Given that the P-switch is going to give us a bit of a reset anyway. And now... Shelmet allows us to bump the muncher, I believe. Not exactly the kind of play that Panga's audience is used to right there, but... regardless, let's make do with what we have. Okay. Drop it on top of the thwomp. Whoops. Don't want to do that just yet. Dump ourselves on top of the POW. And whoops. I did not mean to push into that with the dash button. Let's reset our way out of this room. And just get that POW back. Yeah, I actually do run a somewhat more puzzle-centric stream than most others, so I'm sure you're in for quite a different experience if you don't ordinarily see much puzzle play, but, you know. What you won't see a lot of here is quite the same technical flair, but we make do with what we can accomplish on our own. And, okay, so here is the helmet. Let's... Taking two of them last time didn't actually do anything for me, given that I didn't make it through the one-tile gap until I took some damage. But... you know what? Let's just walk through this way. Bump the muncher. I said bump the muncher. That's not actually useful. We can, however, lower this. That would drop the muncher down to this position. If we drop the muncher down to this position, we have two tiles. That's... probably isn't what I'm looking for. I do actually want... what location next? I want to get through here. So I want some kind of 4-tile stack that gets my... you know what? Okay, bump the thwomp. That's what it is. Bump the thwomp. Because that will allow me to realign everything as necessary. We'll get the thwomp back in position first, and then we'll bump it. Maybe. No. Not so much. Okay. No, I do need to bump the thwomp just on top of an actual surface for it to land on. There we go. Oh, whoops. No. That's okay, because we can now use the thwomp directly to get through to the other side. And Dear Flaw, welcome back. Whoops, no. Can't do it that way because touching the thwomp is not a great idea, but yeah, the idea was to land the Muncher on top of the thwomp. Once you land a Muncher on top of the thwomp, you have a 4-tile stack. When you have a 4-tile stack, you can bump it up to this location, and the Muncher is, however, not safe to touch, so maybe that's not the right idea that we're looking for. So yeah, we want a 4-tile stack that is actually safe to touch. Kavik, welcome. And yeah, Kavik, we just had a Panga raid come in, which was rather unexpected for the first Mario Maker session I've had in about 4 months. But we want some kind of touchable surface to give us 4 tiles. 4 tiles, get through here, and then probably bump the on-off switch from there, so. Kavik, I don't actually know if he knew who I was despite playing the 4YMM levels, but somebody who came in with the stream can probably fill me in on that. Because outside of 4YMM, I don't think I've actually interacted with Panga directly prior to this, so. Apart from just being a viewer, of course, from time to time. Okay, so we probably want to not lose the POW from what I'm seeing here. So let's just dump the POW on top of the thwomp once again. And grab that P. Can we do this without losing the POW? That's the operative question here. There we go. And I didn't have to reset. Yeah, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I think keeping the POW is probably going to be part of the solution that we're going for here. Okay. Oh, I see the POW despawned. Okay. Didn't realize that we were going to be out of spawn range there, but I guess that's going to be a bit of an issue. We also don't know yet what spawns out of the red pipe to the left when we finally get around to activating the on-off switch. But regardless, we know that we can try doing a thwomp plus Muncher stack. So let's get the thwomp in position first. And then let's drop the Muncher on top of it. And then let's bump. We need to bump it on top of a surface. Okay, no, maybe I shouldn't have bumped the Muncher separately like that, because now I need 2 tiles. Yeah, no, I probably wanted to keep the thwomp and the Muncher together, didn't I? However, that allows me to test one thing, which is, I mean, I certainly can't touch the Muncher with the P. I still need some kind of safety buffer on top of that. So, do I like one-screen puzzles or traditional levels more? I don't know if I want to compare one-screen apples to traditional oranges, but no, I do like my fair share of traditional levels, or that I think sometimes puzzles don't get nearly enough appreciation. And so I do try to give some attention to puzzles because some puzzle creators have told me that puzzle streamers are sometimes in short supply. Okay. We are probably going to run out of time on this one, but let's see. POW. Okay, if I move the POW to the right, then maybe we can prevent the despawn from happening. And because the despawn is the issue right now, right? Because we do still want the POW to be available as a safe surface to land on. Anyway, that's not what we want to do, obviously, but... Whoops. Let's see if we can make any headway before we run out the clock. Okay. Down we go. And thank you for the submission, Dear Flaw. I don't know if we'll get that far in the queue today in this session, but we'll certainly try our best. Yeah, okay, no, if I do activate the Thwomp, then I still have a safe location to land on. Whoops, no, I don't. Hang on. I do need to kind of land on a moving target. But anyway, the idea behind trying this is I'm trying to prevent the POW from despawning. Whoops. And maybe that's not the best approach. But we'll see if we can do anything about that. At some point we should probably explore the other rooms as well, but I'm not sure if we'll do that all in one session. Okay, whoops. Not exactly an expert play there either. So. Alright, let's try this again. And drop a POW on top of the Thwomp once more. Grab the P. Yeah, I guess nudging against the moving target is not the best idea in the world, but I do want to try it a few times to see. Yeah, we can totally do it. But that's still not going to solve the despawn problem, is it? Unless... Oh, I see! Because the P-switch actually kills the POW. It's not a despawn, it's a P-switch colliding. So I want to hit the P... Okay, no matter what, the POW is going to be expended, because you can see that once the P-switch is activated, if the POW collides at this location by riding out the Thwomp, it's going to drop into the pit anyway. So the idea is that there's already a bit of cheese protection against reobtaining the POW somehow. And so we still haven't solved the problem of what collision we want to create in order to safely have some kind of 4-tile stack to work with. So yeah, no way to save the POW. No, didn't think so. Alright, let's maybe get out of here and back in. No, I think I can do without a hint for now, but thanks for offering. I usually manage these without hints. I have play-tested some early versions of these things for DI Program, who submitted this quite often, except, of course, I've been off for quite a long time, so I think this is a level from back in November. Anyway, let's take some damage. Let's drop over here. And let's dump on top of this guy. So yeah, no hope of preserving the POW. Let's, whoops, not even try. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Bit of an itchy finger on the dash button there. Unnecessarily quick on the trigger. Okay, let's drop this. Grab the E-balloon. Make my way back around. Not hit the dash button. And all the way back we go. Okay. Drop. Damage. Probably carry this across. One thing I hadn't considered, actually, is that I can run across as Small Mario. Grabbing the P-balloon, though, will make that moot, so that's probably not going to be useful in the long run. And, indeed, taking damage makes that moot, so that's not going to be useful in any event. There's one thing I want to try here. No. Bumping the shell with the P-balloon just launches the shell, so that's not going to be it. Having a second P-balloon available... Oh, having a second P-balloon available. Okay, no, I've got it. I've got it. I understand this. I understand this. I hadn't accounted for the second P-balloon, but now that I remember, it's there. Whoops, too late, too late. No, here's the solution. Let me tell you the solution first, and then I'll execute. We go with our original idea, which is a 4-tile high stack with a thwomp and a muncher. We stack it on top of this location, we take the first P-balloon, we collide to take damage but align ourselves to the grid, and no, that's not right. That's not right. Because we no longer have the P-balloon to... No. We stack the thwomp and the muncher in this location. The thwomp carrying the muncher propels everything over here. We take damage but immediately pick up the new P-balloon. Upon immediately picking up the new P-balloon, we go left. That's the idea. So I think that should be the answer. Let's go back and try that out. Okay. So we'll just redo this sequence. Take damage. Carry the shell. Hold the shell. Move the thwomp. Drop this guy. Actually bump it accurately on top of... Oh, shoot. No. Let's bump it accurately such that the thwomp is carrying the muncher on the upper level. No. Okay, we need to do this a little more accurately because I do want that 4-high stack. And it has to be the thwomp with the muncher on top because that's the only way that you can get the muncher carried over to this position here. What if I took the bomb and hit the red switch? Let me take a look at that. No, because the idea behind the bomb is that there is a P-block behind it. So the activation of the P-switch immediately ignites the bomb, and that's what releases the shellmet from the red pipe. So that's why that bomb is there. That's not a bomb that you can actually interact with directly. Okay. P-balloon. And down to the pout. Oh, dash button is a little bit itchy once again. It's a mistake I do make fairly often. Okay, let's try this again. No, I just need to be a little more accurate about bumping the thwomp plus muncher stack all the way up to the top level in one go. And I think the idea is that I need to get the thwomp up to this level first before I try to drop the muncher on top, because otherwise I'll run into issues with its resting position. We only have 100 seconds left in this segment, but we'll see if I can get that properly executed within that time. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we will bump the thwomp up one level like that, and then drop the muncher on top in order to have a somewhat better position to work with. And then I will probably attempt to do the next bump off the top of the red blocks covering the pipe on the left, because that's probably the most effective position to work with, like right here. Do a full jump. There we go. That's correct. Now, here's what we do. We get all the way here. Nope. And... oh, no. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ride out the thwomp, actually. Let's take some damage. No, I get it. Grab this. Grab this. Here we are. Ding dong. And we only have 20 seconds, so I will have to redo this solution, almost certainly. depending on whether I can figure out quickly what to do with the Cape Feather. Come on. Cape Feather. Let's not lose it. And yeah, okay, looks like it's the same idea. We just grabbed a P-balloon, crashed into the blue block at the end, and go all the way up. So I believe we have solved this room. Those who are further in queue, thank you for your patience, but you know, just given the number of viewers we have suddenly invested in this, I do want to get through as much of the puzzle as I can. So, DI Program, this is your lucky day, as much as it is mine. Okay, drop the POW. Grab the P. And, oh, come on. Let's not do that. Okay, we do understand this room completely, though, so let's just go through it once more. And let's completely let up on the dash button to avoid any mishaps. And through we go. Okay. Take some damage. Alright, so... yeah, at this point, same idea. We bump him up one level, but only one. We drop the Muncher. Get on the red location here. Full jump. Get on the vine. Take that. And, whoa, no. That's okay, because we don't need anything other than the ability to take a point of damage. And Chew Solo, congratulations on getting an upload done in the meantime. Okay, let's let this go left. Yeah. Right, because it's while we have invincibility frames, I think that we take advantage of the balloon positioning. Can I make it over? Yes, yes. There we go. Yeah, had to take advantage of the iframes there, and that gives me the flexibility to come by. Why do I need the Cape Feather? Now that's the question, because would it not be possible to... Why do I need the Cape Feather? I need to align myself to this location. And, oh, because the Cape Feather allows me to whip the P. Yes, yes, I've seen this before. This is actually something I learned from Loop and Snoop. That's not the way to do it. Okay, maybe not. But I can get the P into position. So that was, in its own way, kind of a hint. And then we just do the same invincibility frame trick, yeah. Maybe I should whip it into a slightly more advantageous position first. Hang on. Except it's going to go higher, and I don't want it to go higher. Oh, whoops. No, there we go. Take damage. No, too late, too late. Right, because the cape just allows you to take damage until you get this right. Okay, here we are. No. Too late, too late, too late. Okay. You can imagine somebody who actually is a precision player just deciding to, you know, move through this without making any of these collisions and just visualizing how to get through the spikes. That's why I don't play precision levels, but I do play puzzles. Because they allow you to shortcut that finickiness with actual use of mechanics. Alright, let's whip the P-balloon once more and try to figure out what kind of position we ultimately want. Maybe all the way to the left, given the arrow that was indicating, not that. Let's consume this. We're almost certainly going to run out of time again, aren't we? Okay. Grab this. Whip this. And let's just try to ride this out. Yeah. Nope. Too far. That's the right idea, I think, but we need to not overshoot quite like that. Whoops. Come on. Come on. There we are. I do think that is the correct method, though. Yeah, get on top of this guy as he's going left. Get moved into the P. Take advantage of the iframes to get the collision that we're looking for. Nope. Do I play with stick or pad? I've actually switched to the Super Nintendo controller. So I've always played with D-pad. And I was playing with the Pro Controller D-pad for the longest time, but that gave me all kinds of grief in the 3D World style when it came to accidental inputs when I was trying to do the long jump or other things like that. Because, you know, you'd have that spin or roll sometimes if you accidentally have a down diagonal. And that killed me in 3D World all the time. So, I do play with pad, but now with a better pad. Nope. Hang on. That's okay, actually. We don't need a cape. We just ride this out once again. And actually, no, why am I even spinning there? I am already in position when I land, so I don't need to spin all the way down to try to push against a muncher. I'm making it much more complicated than necessary. Okay. Nope, hang on. Let's go back. Come on. Come on. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. When you're riding a muncher, you only need to press left after acquiring the balloon. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad I figured that out moments before you said it. So I don't completely feel spoiled, but... How many rooms are in this level? Well, there was the introductory room, and it seems like there are 5 segments beyond that. Plus safety coin. Maybe there are more than that, judging by the count up top. But anyway, we've done the bottom left. Let me take a look at the queue program, because as you know, I may not be able to just do the whole thing in this segment, since we do have a couple people who joined the queue afterwards. So I'll take one look at this room, and then we will probably save this for a continuation on a separate stream, if that's okay, unless, you know, viewers really do want me to play this one all night. I do tend to run separate streams sometimes for things like puzzles and really long levels and Super Worlds, multi-checkpoint stuff. You know, basically to finish anything that I couldn't quite do in one sitting in viewer levels, so... If it's okay with you folks, after the timeout here, since we already did solve one room that we can recover fairly easily, I am going to halt this for now and come back to it on probably a separate puzzle stream to do the rest of the rooms in one go. So those of you who are new followers, that's something you could potentially look forward to. And for now, we will tap into that and get further down the list. So thank you to the patience of everybody who has been waiting, and Progan for your graciousness in letting me move on for the time being. Let's hit next. Jay on the beat. If you are stuck around long enough for this extravaganza. Oh, I actually have a lengthy viewer list to scroll through now to see if Jay is potentially here. If not, we will move on to Choose Solo, who I understand has been here the whole time. And Merlin, as you can see, it has been quite an exciting stream so far. Had a big raid from Panga earlier, which is a very uncommon occurrence. Now, I don't see Jay on the beat checking in, so I guess Jay is no longer on the beat. Okay, Choose Solo. Choose Solo. I know you just completed another upload, but this is the code that you sent me earlier, which I believe was the prison escape from cell block 1138. BKF. Merlin to queue is still open, but I don't know if I will be able to get through the whole thing tonight, simply because we did have a lot of lengthy submissions. I think I've only played 3 submissions so far in this stream, but they were all very packed with ideas, so... Okay, the Reboot series, Part 2. Choose Solo is apparently somebody who comes from the net. A series where you remake levels that had problems and fix them. Okay, so that kind of reboot, not the CG cartoon series from 1993. This is a level from December with about a 10% clear rate, so hopefully something that will go somewhat smoothly. Thank you, Merlin, for your maker code. And we'll probably make something nice when we get to you. Okay. Oh yeah, 3D World. Have to get back into the swing of things here. Yeah, those of you new here, I am shaking off a lot of rust because, as I said, this is the first time I've streamed Mario Maker in about 4 months because I took a really lengthy break from Twitch, from which I only recently returned, so it's kind of why the raid was a special surprise from Panga and company tonight. Anyway, fairly simple once we start paying attention. Okay. Definitely some very wide and spaced out platforming here. Not always a problem, but definitely something that is keeping us on our toes. So up we go, and back down, and back. So yeah, it looks like we are at 4 coins already, and this looks like an icicle with a smile on it. Now, this is a bit of a blind location here, so that's something you have to be aware of. Choose Solo, just that, you know, sometimes what I can see on the camera is not what you can see on the editor, and so that's just a bit of a consideration from the player's eye view. I mean, I guess the smiley icicle was for the purposes of the cover art. So... oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Let's not slip too much here either. Yeah, we'll just wait for the next cycle. Down we go. And, okay. Might as well roll through this segment here. I remember to do that. Okay. Whoa. Bad idea. Bad idea. Merlin, would I like it if I make a level... if you make a level for me? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I don't see why not. I do appreciate the occasional dedication. You wouldn't be the first, but you would be the first in quite a while, actually. Given that I haven't been all that active lately. For the several dozen people who are new here, Merlin is actually one of my oldest viewers. He was here submitting levels when I was first starting out, and I think hadn't even hit affiliate yet at that time. So we've been playtesting his stuff for quite a long time now, and it's been really interesting to see his levels evolve. Chu Solo, who's admitted this, I think is new here. I don't know how long you've been active, but I see that you've definitely been, as you said in the title card, looking over and revising some old designs. But yeah, something to be aware of if you're kind of designing around, you know, further revisions for something like this is, first of all, just the player's view of the camera, and secondly, just the amount of space that might just be open space without much to interact with. For the most part, though, the jumps feel pretty comfortable here, quite spacious. Definitely a level that's, you know, more relaxed, and that's okay. Just a little bit scattershot in places, but we're going to probably just do the twirl jump here. I don't know if that's the intended path, but it's the one I want, and the one that I should be doing a little bit faster if I want to go for that pink coin on the first try. So, and yeah, it's really been interesting, Merlin, as you've been saying, to see people refine their craft over time as they stay in the game long term. I mean, user content games like this are really at their strongest when you stick with the community in the long run and see people kind of mature their style and get better at understanding what works and what doesn't work, and, you know, just kind of see everybody develop over time from their initial explorations. And yeah, Chu Solo, don't worry about this series being pretty old. I don't consider December to be that old, unless it was December 2019 or something, but you know, everybody has early stuff that is still worth playtesting, and everything is... Well, maybe not everything, but a lot of things are worth revisiting as a bit of an object lesson in what to do and what not to do. So, on we go. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Let's take our time. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Be aware that the bombs here are killable with... are they killable with the boomerang? I don't know. No, because you deflect them, they ignite. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are ways to lock yourself there if you're not careful. Anyway, here's a thank you message. Let's drop that like a hot potato. And thank you for the submission, Chu Solo. Merlin, I will let you pick what you think is appropriate for me, so... Thank you for the GGs, and thank you for the level, Chu Solo. Let's mark that as a win. And, yeah, feel free to submit more with time. I don't know if we would get through a second submission from you tonight, though, but usually when we have fewer people in a queue, I don't mind people just sticking around and firing away. Okay, Dexterity / Dextrol, if you are still here. Let's see. I believe you are, but you might want to check in chat just in case. And if Dexterity doesn't speak up too quickly, we'll just bump him back a spot because I do see him on the chat list currently, although that might be laggy. Pitch Shifter, thank you so much for the randomizer level you sent earlier. And we hope to see more from you soon enough. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, second call for Dexterity, otherwise we'll move on to Young Cute, who has signaled their presence with those lovely GG bubbles. Yeah, we'll just bump Dexterity back a spot in case the online indicator is just being laggy. So, Young Cute. who I believe came in with the raid earlier. Thank you so much for submitting and sticking around. So anyway, here's a Desert Stroll. Level for Feanor 809. Okay. Yeah, I did see Feanor run his stream earlier today, I think, but didn't really manage to catch that at length. But anyway, here's 1-3. I see that you don't have a super world attached to you yet, but surely that will change as you complete everything you're aiming towards. 30 seconds, 16%. Should be short and sweet. Chuselo, thank you for Koopa's Family Circus Monopoly. I don't know if we'll wrap all the way around a queue to you, but hopefully we will get a little bit further. Okay. Yeah, kind of a spacious traditional experience right off the bat. And I can kind of tell that there's a lot here that would shine more in the Super World format in terms of having some optional collectibles. I do like to poke around traditional levels to see what the designers put in, because I do think that, you know, when you design something that's a little more relaxed, but which has some optional objectives, it's very easy for that to become overlooked in a streaming context from people who are mostly looking for the clear. But in some ways, the introduction of the Super World format did allow people to play to those strengths. 3 1-ups for Endless, on top of all the 50 coins. Okay. No, really? Okay. Yes, I guess because we would not be able to break through this segment here, would we? Okay. That's fine. And that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hey, I want to see that twice. I want to see that twice. I need to figure out what's going on here with the mechanic. It's funny because I had just been, you know, spending so much time talking up the seemingly innocuous nature of this level, and you know how everything is just fine and dandy with your 1-ups and your 50 coins and all this standardized jumping around. This is curious. This is curious. It is a trick so good. I mean, the thing is, when I see tricks like this, I have to know what's going on, because if you're doing it, you're not the only one who's doing it. And I do have to figure out... Okay, so it's triggered by the hammer strike. And I completely lose control here because Mario gets trapped in the stagger animation all the way backwards. And yeah, so far we're just traversing slopes. I guess the idea is that if we activate the on-off switch, then he would be able to fall into one of those traps there that are currently blocked by the blue blocks. And... oh, okay, so you're just showing me the solution there with the bomb. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a Blowy Joey mechanic. You know, you're the only one other than Kavik who's actually... who I've heard refer to it as a Blowy Joey. I always got the sense that Kavik was the one who popularized that for some reason. I don't know, maybe it was somebody else who really made that a Mario Maker fashion, but... Twisters, Blowy Joeys, whatever. That's what we're looking for anyway. No, I figured it was something like that. That was trapping me, but... I don't think I've actually seen that trap in a stagger animation before, despite how much of this game I have played, this, including, you know, a lot of troll mechanics that operate along similar principles. Alright, well, very kind of you to show us the next location. Explosive Joseph, I like that. Okay. Let's just play it safe. No need to take unnecessary risks. Yeah, I guess it is taking advantage of this really long stagger animation that you get when you strike with this guy. And okay, up we go. And that's a flagpole. Okay, that's very fancy. I always like being shown something new, so. Okay, so this is not actually your own level. It's something that you sent that has some kind of glitch to look at. Interesting. I have to look at this one again later. I do enjoy reverse engineering stuff like this from time to time to see what is left in the game that Nintendo overlooks and does not patch out. You have to know these things, right? Like if you play any Trolls at all, eventually anything like this that gets popularized is going to strike again. So let's mark that as a win. Let's move on to something else. Oh yeah, dexterity. This is second and last call for dexterity / dex trolls. He's no longer here. We will remove. Go down the list. Okay, next after that is going to be first call for Eric the Highlander, who I've seen pretty active in chat, so Eric is definitely still here with his barb eyes. Ninja Bear, thank you for the follow. Yeah, actually, in the meantime, let me go through the roll call of all the people who came in with their follows in the Panga raid. Nawabut Abbott, Eric the Highlander, no and yes. Josephu Jobahi, no relation to Belosif Joseph. Ryston Young Cute, Squints515, King Alex 1992, Reckless5, Phoenix X, and Ginja Bear, thank you, all of you, for deciding that this is something you might want to commit to. I'm sure that when you see some of the content I run outside of Mario Maker, you will have second thoughts. No, I do mostly run Mario Maker on this stream, but I had actually lately been talking about expanding it beyond that to some other unconventional things that have remained unannounced. But Merlin, glad you've been enjoying Bowser's Fury. It was a pretty quick 100% on this end. We did that within the past 2 streams. Anyway, all caps from Highlander. All caps. Rest in peace, my friend Doom. 4-minute world record at about 1.5%. Okay, this is not statistically significant given that we just have 12 footprints and 1 clear, so. Fairly new creation from earlier in January. See, it hasn't been passed around too prolifically, but we'll take a look and see what we can do with it. Wall jump. Okay. Oh, I see. So we just move the wings forward as a wall jump platform, don't we? Okay. No, spin jump out of that. Okay, yeah. I understand it. I understand. Progan, I don't know yet what the network performance is like on 3D World multiplayer. If it's any good, at some point I should host a 3D World with viewers party. I did play 3D World originally entirely in the co-op mode and absolutely loved it that way. I thought it was just the best experience I had in the Wii U generation. Up until Mario Maker 1, of course. So it would be well worthwhile if the network performance is actually any good. I will say that I have pretty much never had a functional game of Mario Maker multiplayer, so maybe the prospects for that are not the most auspicious. Okay, let's figure out how to, accurately get the spin jump off the conveyor here. I may be pulling back a little bit too hard on that, so. Or maybe my takeoff is just not very good. Yeah, I'm taking off a little too late, I think, after collecting the coin. As you can see, yeah, precision is really not my strong suit. And I know this isn't, super precise or anything, but Dodging spikes, shall we say, is not my strong suit. Okay, came in a little bit low there. I know I was supposed to wall jump off that, jump onto cannonballs, hit the on-off switch. Yeah, on-off switch allows me to enter the pipe. Okay, great. Okay. You know what? If we went a little bit faster there, we could have caught the on-off off the first cannonball. That would allow me to do a wall slide down the right side, get on a series of cannonballs back to the left. Maybe. All a question of timing, perhaps. Okay. Up we go. Oh, okay, no, it's telling me left... Yeah, I wasn't watching the blasters, but the blasters actually simplify this slightly. Because after hitting the switch and turning the state back to on, I do have the wall jump available on the right side. So I just wasn't watching the blasters coming down the conveyor at all, and so that was a bit of a surprise. Yeah. I understand what you're going for, though. Sometimes when you see two separate arrow markings in a space like that, one pointing left, one pointing in the other direction, one thing it doesn't tell you right away, of course, is the order. You do have to think on your feet and figure that out for yourself, but... In that sense, I wonder, almost, if the arrow pointing left to the green pipe might feel a bit misleading to people who read it like I do, but no, I'm sure it's perfectly fair. Yeah. I tend to have this attitude where sometimes if things are very heavily indicated, I actually have more trouble seeing what to do. Simply because I have to process a lot of information in my visual field, and so sometimes if it's really obvious that you're supposed to hit a switch, like with the on-off switches up front, you don't really need as many indicator arrows, I think, but I know a lot of other players will disagree with me on this in terms of wanting a lot of clarity when it comes to the route. But in general, I think I tend to have lighter preferences for indicators than a lot of the other players I see on Twitch, so your mileage will definitely vary. Whoops, nope. Bad idea. Bad idea. And we'll see. Yeah. Okay, here we go. And yeah, Merlin, to go back to what you were saying about 3D World Co-op, yeah, how it works is the person running the save file hosts a room for up to 4 people, and you have 3 people connected to the host. Interestingly, well, I mean, as the person who's streaming, if I'm running my own party, obviously I would be the host, but in terms of getting a private party together, a surprising number of my viewers are from the Netherlands as well. We have a very well-represented Dutch contingent, so it would not be hard to get a good co-op party together with other people who are in this immediate community. And you can all, you know, set up overseas trading posts or whatever it is the Dutch get up to. Okay, let's try to get back into position here. Whoops. Still not watching the spike collision there very accurately. And okay. Yeah. I do like this idea of having this element reuse here, I will say, Eric the Highlander. I think maybe some of the spike margins are, you know, maybe a little bit on the tighter side. Not really super punishing. It's just that they require some accuracy. But I also generally have a lesser opinion of the one-tile spikes, I think, than a lot of people in Mario Maker these days, so again, your mileage will vary. Now, I found, even in Mario Maker 1, that among the new elements that were introduced then, like the one-tile spikes, one-way panels, etc., that a lot of them didn't really seem to fit the aesthetic of the existing Mario games. And there are actually very few things in traditional Mario that work as these one-tile kill zones. I mean, there are, of course, things like the underwater jellyfish in SMP 3, which is, of course, the skin for the spikes in that style. But you see surprisingly little reliance on that as a design element in the original Mario games. And, of course, you kind of need them in a Maker context because they provide this essential function a lot of other things don't. A lot of designs simply don't work without, you know, a damage tile of some sort. Similar to how a lot of designs just don't work without one-way panels, but from an aesthetic standpoint, I've always found them look really ugly in every style, and that's very much on Nintendo. Yeah. You know, in terms of the new elements in Maker not feeling all that integrated. I think we've gotten used to it with time because, you know, at this point I've played significantly more Mario Maker than the original Mario games in terms of hours logged, but, you know, you get used to it after a while, but it's still something that I think visually kind of clashes. Whoops, no. Yeah. We'll see how far I can get with this one. I don't know if I'll necessarily be able to push through it if we have a lot of pervasive precision issues. I do like this idea, though, of just having this reused platform. Whoops. I should just twirl to get a little bit more airtime there and land accurately on the coin that is clearly supposed to be serving as an indicator for my ideal landing zone. I mean, I know the coin is supposed to be intended landing zone, and also that a twirl should get me the timing that I'm looking for. But we'll see. Actually doing it is perhaps a different question. Whoops. Okay. Kind of misjudged the synchronization there. Because, of course, the winged blocks do go at a slightly different cycle than the fire down below. But okay. We can do better than that. We can do much better. Alright. Let's wait this out. Yeah, I understand it conceptually, it's just that I can be a rather sloppy player sometimes, and that cycle was maybe not ideal. Yeah, I think the initial hesitation I have here is causing some trouble, because as you can see, the cannon is firing right from the initial screen, because it's, you know, already spawned in your starting location, and so you're kind of at the mercy of the cannon timing when it comes to going over the element with a conveyor belt. Once you get onto conveyor belt, you don't really have much of an opportunity to slow down or adjust your timing, and because of that, you really do need to improvise around what location the cannonball will be at that time. Now, I don't know if that's something that can be done very reliably, although maybe I'm not making enough use of the fact that I can adjust my falling speed on the falling blue platform. The flimsy lift, as it were. Nope, missed. So yeah, because I feel like the cannonball timing is perhaps not really under my control if I'm not consistently getting over the conveyor belt on the same cycle every time. That you just have these, you know, little discrepancies in synchronization that make me feel like I'm kind of rolling the dice on whether I will be able to land safely. But that's probably just some imprecision on my part. Let's wait for a safe cycle. Platform should always provide enough time to time it well. Yeah, I kind of thought that maybe the blue platform is the key to understanding that, so... wall jump, there we go. Yeah, we got this. Okay, thank you for the checkpoint. And some kind of on-off switching is going to go on here. We eventually want to wrap all the way around, switch to the blue state, and then head over to the key without swinging so hard on the claw that we hit the spikes. Let's see how the switch activation is actually going to happen. Right, hit this. Nope. Hit the on-off switch, wall jump off the left side, and descend. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Right, and then we hit the next switch to unlock this wall jump here. Okay, that's reasonably satisfying. And then we need to drop fairly gently here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Okay, just a timing issue on my end, but I think that this is pretty reasonable all around. What is my favorite 2D Mario? Well, I've always had the deepest attachment to Super Mario World. I know that a lot of the Nintendo principles of game design have kind of evolved since then, but... And I actually did, you know, recently replay all of good old vanilla Super Mario World within the last year, I would say. It's not something I referred to super regularly, but it was kind of nice just to sit down and, you know, knock out 96 exits on a lark one day and really appreciate what's going on with design and also what Nintendo was clearly still kind of experimenting with in the early developmental stages. I think it's amazing to see how durable the mechanics of Super Mario World have proven long-term in terms of just creating such a wonderful play space for both speedrunners and a ROM hacking scene. Now, I don't really play ROM hacks, I just kind of follow them as a viewer, and it is something I'm meaning to get into. I do think that a lot of people from the aspects of the maker community that I'm familiar with are the kind who have become curious about ROM hacks because of the exposure given to them by, you know, players like Panga and Barb and so on. It was really interesting to see the ROM hack scene undergo such a renaissance in the wake of Maker 1, and I think in some ways that maybe it's happening already, but it is bound to receive a lot of new blood from Maker 2 as well. But those of you who are regulars on Panga's stream probably know a lot more about this than I do. So let's see if we can just time this here. And yeah. Okay, there we go. Nope. A little bit too early still. Maybe I should be spin jumping off of that. Spin jump to get a bit of a lower takeoff. And so, Idir Frawl, So your favorite would be NSMB on a DS, is that what you're saying?
Oh no!
That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice, because I have been meaning to return to that for a long time, actually. I haven't played New Soup DS since it came out in 2006, I think it was. I did have a, you know, nice, smooth 100% playthrough back then, but I haven't really returned to it to study it closely from a design perspective, and it's something I've been meaning to do. Okay, let's time this a little better.
Oh no!
Oh, Durflo. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, no. I was reading the bars on the side as the letter I or L or something. Totally is Durflo. Thank you for pointing that out. Very helpful, Eric. Very helpful. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah. Durflo, okay. I will think of you from now on as the absolute value of Durflo, so... You bring no negativity to this stream. Okay, let's drop down here. There is no cannon. Oh, it looks like something perhaps didn't spawn. Oh, okay, no. It was already deactivated down here for some reason, probably because of something I did differently in the switch activation pattern. Okay. Sorry, I'm maybe going a bit on autopilot here and not completely paying attention, but... Yeah, I guess there was some kind of repeated activation of the switch, perhaps, or just something to do with the camera position. I haven't looked at that closely because I didn't quite see how that setup was working. Oh, you know what? Let's try this. Let's try a double activation. Because I think a double activation is what's going on here. And a menu, yeah, I don't know if you stepped out briefly, but we had a Panga raid come in with about 100 people earlier. And that was very unusual for this stream. And also quite a surprise given that I just came back to Twitch after such a long time away. Oh, I forgot to do the double activation as a bit of a quality check here. Let's just do this the standard way. Okay. Yeah, I guess we previously came here with the on-off switch still set to off, because I hadn't hit that switch on the top right. Okay, still too early. Still too early. It's alright, let's just... Let me just, for the sake of testing, let's try to do the double switch activation again, just to see if we can reproduce that behavior. I may not be a very good player mechanically, but I do like to poke around and, you know, do little play testing checks like this, and so that's something that happens quite often, is that I will break stuff. Oh, I totally forgot to do the double activation, but that's okay. We'll just play it as intended. Probably don't want to swing off this. Let's just stabilize and not swing at all. There we go. And then I want to do a wall jump when the winged blocks are floating to the right. Okay. Understandable. Let's not collide with too many spikes here. Oh, I have to get all the way back up to the other side of the key door. Yes, that's right. Alright, that's also pretty understandable once we Get back here. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
Totally misread the corner on that one-way panel. I thought I was going to be safe. But it seems like I came in under that corner. So, that was maybe not best judgment.
Oh no!
Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, I can totally trap myself by falling down directly without doing that sequence. Well, unfortunate things do happen. And yeah, let's do the wall jump just to be safe. Here, of course, I'm too high to see my landing position from the camera, and the one-way panel just kind of forced the wall jump to happen. That's probably the main purpose of the one-way panel in that location. So you can't just twirl all day. Okay, we do have at least a method mapped out for this. There is a method to our madness. And let's see that roll back. And okay. Let's tap that. Okay. Let's wait for the next cycle just to be extra cautious. Sometimes the thickness of the ends of the one-way panels has a way of throwing me off. I do tend to overcompensate for things that aren't actually presenting any obstructions. Okay. Let's wait for the next cycle. I know I'm not doing this really with the fastest available method in terms of, you know, hitting the cycle every time, but I don't know if it's designed around that expectation where you can do everything quickly. Okay. Okay, here we go. And we'll just wait for the blocks to come back. Yeah, the element reuse, I think, is the thing that makes this level unique, easily. That's something I always appreciate about Maker design, actually, is when you have elements that recur or setups that, you know, really cascade into each other and develop. Of course, partly that's just a function of the fact that we all work under such a tight item budget. But, I mean, I think having a single column like this go back and forth is much more interesting than just having two columns do the same job independently. Oh, look, we did the same thing in terms of bugging that out. Yeah, that becomes a problem, actually, if we go down directly, because we have no way to wall jump back up if the cannon is already down there while the state is set to blue. So, that bug does make this not really that playable if you run into it. We'll just have to try not to run into it. Yeah, probably just some spawn position inconsistency there with the camera being what it is. Okay. But yeah, you absolutely need the red column to be active by the time you're down here, or it's no deal. Too early.
Oh no!
You need to fix that? Well, yeah, I mean, that's what playtesting in front of an adoring public is for. So, let's head up here. Okay. Let's get down. And yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that we've broken things. Not by a long shot.
Oh no!
back when I was running viewer levels fairly regularly a few months ago, I did have some people, you know, submit me things specifically to see if I could inadvertently break them, because I do occasionally check some things that can be rather unorthodox in terms of discovering locks and such. Not always intentionally. I would say usually not intentionally, but I do have a way of breaking things. I think that's a good general rule of thumb for submitting to viewer levels. If something can break in your level, the first person you submit it to will probably discover what that is.
Oh no!
In fact, that was true of, since we have a whole bunch of Panga people coming in here today, that was true of the level that I had in 4YMM, which, yeah, that was very tightly quality checked and debugged, like up and down and backwards and upside down, and I seem to recall that Panga broke something in it almost immediately. I think Pooh did as well. But it was because I had like a last-minute patch in it to, you know, tune one difficulty thing at the very last moment, and I was checking that backwards and forwards, and ultimately, like, that one quarter case exploit that was created in the process of that final revision was just broken wide open right away. Not very commonly found, though. I think, you know, there's a reason that only Panga and Pooh ran into it, because they are just such naturally speedy players that they are going to pick up some, you know, glitches in spawning distances, etc., that, and timings in general, that most players will never see because they aren't as crisp on a jump-to-jump level. Okay, here we go. Okay. Here we are. Whoops. Oh boy. There we go. I'm glad you allow me to salvage this. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat since I'm focusing on trying to get this done properly, but I will catch up in just a few moments. Okay. No.
Oh no!
I was so surprised at actually reading the one-way panels correctly that I panicked for a second there. Choked. Looking at the route back to the key door, though, pretty simple from there once we get over that hump. At least I think so. Yeah, because the blue state is enough to work with. Even though the descent there is maybe slightly out of view of the camera.
Oh no!
It's okay. Like I said, a bit rusty on my end, but we'll get through this soon enough. And on we go. And we'll just wait for that to come around once more. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Nope.
Oh no!
I hesitated there unnecessarily. And you were asking Eric about whether the first section needs to be nerfed a bit. I don't know. I mean, it's reasonably short, and so it's not too... Like, the issue there isn't really difficulty. The issue there is consistency. In that, it does feel like you need to improvise your way around a cannon timing, because it's never going to line up the same way with the timing of getting over the conveyor. And I know that you already have the falling blue lift in that section as a bit of an adjustment point for the player. But it does introduce a certain degree of variance that can be a little bit difficult to control. So I wouldn't think about it so much in terms of difficulty, even though I was ramming my head against the spikes all the time. It's much more of an issue of consistency, as we were saying. But yeah, I mean, that's what playtests are for. We'll stick with this a little longer. I guess we'll at least get past a key door, and we'll see what's left after that. I think the repeating column here is fundamentally a pretty sound concept. But, you know, as I always say, one of the hardest things to do in Mario Maker is to make things that are fun for people who can't beat them, or fun for people who are failing repeatedly. And I think that's kind of the central principle of difficulty design when you're thinking about things like spike placements that impose a certain level of precision. But yeah, I'm not too worried about that stuff. I'm finding that the main issue so far is just the breakability of the cannon spawn that you have in this section. That's easily the main issue. And thank you for the patience of everybody who is still waiting in queue. I know that I've been taking quite some time with some very simple stuff in this level, just as a function of my own inconsistency. But in some ways, that is very much our style on this stream. I will be closing the queue shortly, in fact, and I try to get through everybody who's already in at the point of queue closure. Today, I don't know if it will be feasible to do that, simply because I may be running a bit past my intended time already, but traditionally I have tried to clear the whole queue before leaving. But I don't have as much stream time on my hands as I used to in terms of being able to stay online for like 6 to 8 hours or something. Doesn't quite happen anymore, so. And yeah, Merlin, you're so regular here, you know how to find me. Actually, Merlin, since you've finished your Super World at this point, at some point we'll probably feature it on a Super World stream. Since I've kind of been on that journey of playtesting it for you all the way from World 1 over the course of about a year, and I haven't seen the last bit, like World 7, at all, because you worked on it while I was offline. So, yeah, we'll do some of that. So, we're kind of getting a new schedule back in order while we figure out, you know, what works under my new circumstances. But traditionally, we kind of did a mix of viewer levels and more dedicated backlog streams where it would take as long as needed with things like puzzles, trolls, levels that had spilled over from viewer levels, and super worlds that had come to my attention. And so we kind of do a mix of both when we're not also playing some other things like Bowser's Fury. And that's likely to continue in some form. You will see some puzzle streams here if you stick around. And the occasional Super World run-through. Much less attention from that kind of content than viewer levels, of course, but it is nice sometimes to really stick with something over a long scale, and I find that sometimes the viewer level format does kind of discourage that. Like, there are certain levels that really do need a lot of dedicated attention to shine. And, okay. Let's try to make it back accurately this time. Let's not hit the spike in the corner. Yeah, the one-way panel down here, it's kind of unfortunate. But we'll make do. Do I need a switch over here? No, okay, good. Let's actually get through here at once. Ah, boss time, okay. 3 1-ups for Endless. And a power up for the boss. I see that there is no checkpoint here, so we will need to be careful lest we have to do the wall jump segment all over again. Okay. Who's got the key? There's the axe. Okay. Thanks for the axe.
Mario #1! Woohoo!
Okay, thanks for that, Eric. I think the things that needed to receive an additional look for debugging purposes were pretty clear, but thank you for the submission. I am often willing to look at new revisions of levels again if you do come by, so don't worry too much about things like double submissions. We do playtesting for a reason, so if you think you fixed that up and need another pass at it at some other point, do come by, and thank you so much for the cheers. Let's get on to something else. Okay, Lost Cat, thank you for checking in. Let's see what you submitted, and thank you so much for your patience. I know that we have definitely kept you waiting. And thank you for the GGs. Uno Mas, pipe shenanigans. What? How? Why? I have so many questions. I see that Old Wolf managed to clear this in 3 seconds. But Old Wolf does what he does. And we'll see what kind of shenanigans are in store. Very often with Uno Mas concepts like this, I actually will go over it a few times just to make sure we understand what's going on. Mushroom and trampoline and locked door. Let's just come over here first, just to see what we can do. Oh, right, because the hint indicator... I see, okay, key... Okay, interesting. So let's learn what the mechanic actually is. Hold Y, and when exiting the door, then when screen turns black. I don't know, you know, it's really too bad sometimes when you run into blocks of text like this, that in the pause screen, unlike the story mode, you can't just see the level description, because this rather obviously belongs in the level description. Let go of Y plus what? Let go of Y and run into the spike and die. Okay, let go of Y and right. Okay. Let's see. And black. And yeah, Merlin, thank you for your continued support all this time as a viewer as well. I'm really glad that you've enjoyed content here so much. When screen turns black, let go of Y and right. Let's just read this over again. Oh, right, because I suppose the idea is that it will read you as having let go of the spring. And so the spring is going to clip into the blocks and then propel you upwards. Except, you probably needed a mushroom for something, didn't you? So, yeah, you let go. And I think the mushroom may have been necessary, but... yeah, let's restart this. It could be that the mushroom is required for this to work, in order for you to have your position clip above the pipe, so... maybe I'm letting go too early. I may have to read that message again just to... see if I know what's going on. Let's read this again. Hold Y and right when entering the pipe, and we have done that because we are carrying the spring. Oh, when exiting the... Oh, when exiting the door. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you need to kind of warm that up before the exits. Okay. And then the mushroom is timed such that you will pick that up. Interesting. And that gives me a key. Okay. Checkpoint. And now you do that again. I see. And then you clip through here. Pick up 2 coins. Might as well grab this. THX 138.
Yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, we'll see if Nintendo leaves that one in. Yeah, mechanically speaking, I don't know what's quite happening here, but clearly something is differing when you come out of the door with the game already kind of detecting you in a running state, I guess. Or in a dashing state. I'm not exactly clear. There's something going on with the game logic here that changes over the boundary of the door, and somebody who is actually a glitch hunter will have to explain it to me. Anyway, thank you for the win. And well, I did say I was going to close the queue, didn't I? Let's tap that shut for the time being and take a look at the list. Okay, their flow, or rather the absolute value of their flow. Let's take a look at what you've decided to send to us. Thanks for reading the essay of text. Oh, we read things much longer than that on occasion. Yeah, before I kind of went on break a few months ago, I was quite often playing things like escape rooms, where you would not only be reading text and symbols and so on, but have to decipher them on a notepad on the side the whole time, and, you know, capture dozens of screenshots of codes that you had to enter. And so, simple message like that, not really a problem, although it's the kind of thing that I think does make more sense in an item description, in a level description, apart from not wanting to spoil it for the player, I guess, because you do want them to, I guess, have their first encounter with that obstacle in a state of confusion before doubling back to see what on earth they're supposed to do. On the other hand, you can access the hint right away from the start, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe it is something that should just go in description text, except, of course, that wouldn't help the people who draw it in Endless or the Super World or whatever else. So here's waves after waves. Red coin level, what do you take in a shop at the end? Ender flow, you described something about the difficulty selection. The fire flowers above the pipes indicate the difficulty. Okay, let's try to keep that in mind. Looking at 2.59999, repeating, of course. Alright, let's get in here. And let's see what we can do. Got P switches all over the place. I've got... Oh yes, fire flowers indicate the difficulty, you say. Right, well this is the only accessible location right now, so that's number 1, and I guess you kind of steadily go through some of them in sequence, so... Let's just enter. I will say that I do tend to forget what level descriptions tell me pretty much immediately upon entering, so in that light. I'm glad that the previous level did have the huge scrolling block of text in the level as well. Even if it is a 3-second Uno Mas. I love the synchronization of the wave effect here. Always love firebar stacking effects. Don't know if you've ever seen this level by Lecter called the Escherian Escalation, where he uses firebar synchronizations and stacking like that to create like these paradoxical staircases, swirling cylinders and all that. You can just achieve so much with that. It looks like the implication here is that I must, in fact, take damage. So, sure, okay. Guess we'll run with that. Yes, I do. Lost Cat. Let me pull that up. Oh, for the person I was referencing. Yeah, let me see if I can dig that up for you after the level, perhaps. I do have it sitting around somewhere. After the level. Unless somebody who has that handy, has Lecter's ID handy, to dig it up for me. Yeah, Lecter was the graphic artist behind the trailers and visual design of 4YMM, as well as the Welcome to the Machine Thwomp Riding level. So if any of you played 4YMM, you may remember that. Okay, looks like we've loaded back in here with a Tanuki Leaf. And what else has changed from our spawning location? Interesting, okay. Yeah, really like the state change effect that you have going on here with, I guess, on-off spawn blocks going on up top to control what enemies you're dealing with. I always enjoy state switching effects like that, that really make efficient reuse of different rooms. Of course, that was a different exit point entirely. Now P-switch is going to give you gate number 3, yes. In fact, an infinite P-switch contraption, which is going to expire here and give us passage. So yeah, I see what's going on here, that you basically have, 2 bits of information, right? Like, one bit of information is P-switch on or off, one bit is just red or blue, and that gives you 4 different combinations that allow you to control the spawning of objects in this layout here. So I think that's what's happening. Except this is a... Yeah, well, you have basically 2 different zones. This is similar to the other one. So yeah, 3 and 4, I guess, must share a zone that is gated by the P-switch, and which differ according to the on-off state. So when you get into obstacle number 4, you, I'm sure, repeat the zone in number 3, except with the on-off toggled for a different enemy set and some other changes that we have not yet seen. So infinite P-switch once again. Really enjoyed the gating so far. Durflo, don't worry about the difficulty of this version, I think. We're able to appreciate what's going on here, nevertheless. And yeah, it looks like we've got a Fire Flower, which will be absolutely useless against these guys, except for taking a hit from time to time. Yeah, I guess the on-off also affects a track junction that is under the lava, in which changes the platform that you ride on, because this is the first time we've had to ride a seesaw, and I would imagine that one of the on-off Y junctions on the lower level is how this is being controlled. Okay. But with the key... Yeah, I guess I could see how this setup would lend itself to something with repeatable checkpoints, but I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Ah, okay, so here's the item shop setup, right? Where you can just pick one of the 3. We're naturally taking the Tanuki Leaf. This is SMB 3, and we're going to do what we want. I see, and now you are at entity limit once the Muncher has been dispensed. So that's how you control the shop in terms of being able to only pick one item, right? That this would otherwise send a spike ball or something and break everything above, so... Yeah, so we are at entity limit right now, and getting to the swamp will blow this wide open. Okay, and then we just boom some booms. Or really just hit the gate and call it a day. $3.64. Good to see you here. I hope you have almost certainly been enjoying 3D World, given what a 3D Mario specialist you are. When I was playing Bowser's Fury over the last 2 days, we were actually talking about, you know, speedrun tricks and some of the other things you show off on the Odyssey stream. But first of all, let me thank Durflo, the absolute value of Durflo, for an absolutely crafty level of waves after waves, controlled by both the on-off switches and the P-switch. And so yeah, Reebox, I don't know if you've been getting much mileage out of the controllable Bowser Jr., but as soon as I saw that, I thought, wow, that's going to send the skill cap of speedruns in this game through the roof. So yeah, thank you for that, Durflo. Let me mark that quickly as a win. Somebody was asking me for Lecter's code. Let me see if I can pick that up quickly before I spin everything up. Just one moment while I mask my list here so you don't see how gigantic it is. Also because I'm browsing around a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Let's see if I can... Yeah, let me dig up the level code that I'm talking about when it comes to the wave designs. So yeah, this is Lecter, and I have to catch up on a lot of his stuff. Escherian Escalation, yeah, this is the one with the firebar design that I thought was absolutely amazing, so I'll just type that code in for you. And you found a few cool skips and tricks already with the Bowser Jr. trick. Yeah, I do think that that's something that just presented a ton of potential right at first glance. So, let's... what are we looking at right now? List... Current... Oh, we might actually have a chance of getting through everything. Yeah, Chisolo, isn't that nice? This is the largest attendance we've had in quite a long time, and it is, of course, thanks to the Pango raid. We usually fly well under the radar. Big streamers. Merlin, you want me to... Oh yes, this is just your maker code. Yes. Okay. So at Chisolo, we'll see if we can get to your second submission, but it will depend on how long it takes me to get through. Maryland's Desert Ruins. Go explore the old Egyptian landscape and find treasures. With 7 hidden M's. Okay. Well, let's take a look. 6%, but this seems to be much more about the exploration than the clear. So let's grab the cat bell. And up we go. Oh, I see. So we have a full rack of 10 coins that are going to be collectible over the course of the level, and so we'll just keep that in mind as we explore. Apparently there are some hidden Mickeys as well that we need to look out for, like we're, you know, back in theme park season without all the relevant coronavirus-related restrictions. Oh, whoops. Thought I was going to enter that. And that was not the case. Okay, Hop Chop. Let's see what we can do here. Interesting setup with the Hop Chop buried in the top part of the 3D World Semi-Solid. I don't see that very often. I think often the overlapping rules with semi-solids in 3D World can, you know, throw people off a bit as makers because they seem to be so restrictive, but that mostly just means they have a fair bit of unexplored potential, although I don't see how these cat bells here are accessible. They don't look like they are unless you have a way to break the hard blocks. Interesting that you have the middle platform here as a bit of a visual indicator. Because it's true that the lower platform is just kind of barely in view, and so it's kind of nice to have that middle segment available as well. We do have to grab some coins. Thank you for the follow, JRMR Splat. Okay. Some coins here. Oh yeah, the spike ball. Okay, spike ball might actually be interesting. And yeah, we just need to swat it across, actually. Although that doesn't really get us anything. Well, and they're also just small spike balls, so as the small spike balls, they don't get us anything interesting when it comes to breakage. Okay, oh, these are the M's. Okay, yeah, I see. Let's see. Get a big yay for that. You have dishes to do, but you don't want it. Well, neither do I. It's one of the unspoken rules of this stream, choose solo. That's an M, for sure. I'll play your levels, but I'm not going to do your dishes. That is not one of the services I provide, although with enough channel points, who knows? No, actually, with enough channel points, I still wouldn't do your dishes, I don't think. That would be beyond the Call of Duty. Let's get down here. Yeah. Okay. Let's look around a bit more. And what do we got? That's not... Oh, that is an M. Okay. How many M's are we on? We're on 3 now, right? I believe so. Let's not cat dive everywhere. That would be a mistake. Let's just do a regular old jump. Okay. Whoops. Haha. I'll jump. Let's rescue that. That was a very near thing. Nothing up here. Okay. May as well grab a checkpoint and preserve the 4 coins that we've amassed so far. Slap that spike. I have to say, you know, playing around with Catsuit after 2 days of Bowser's Fury really shows me how much more accustomed I've become to the Catsuit controls in Maker than in 3D World originally. It was a big adjustment, actually, to go back to Bowser's Fury and find that the cat just worked in a completely different way. And the original controls, in many ways, are kind of more sensible. They were the subject of a YouTube video by Steve Gaming that was about half an hour of chatter about how much he hated the catsuit controls in Mario Maker 2 as a representation of how they worked in 3D World originally. And it's very true that they don't follow any of the same principles, but just from playing so much Mario Maker, I am kind of more used to the way it works here by now. And so there were a lot of slip-ups I made in Bowser's Fury just from muscle memory alone. Let's try to head over to catsuit over here. Whoa, okay, we'll take it. 3 coins to go. Yeah, pretty relaxed experience, this one. Here's another M. Can't really collect it, but I do believe that has been discovered. Alright, Big Spike, you do your thing. And we'll do our thing. Chop that guy. Does this qualify as an M, this one here? It seems like that's kind of a borderline case. And... okay. We have been here. Oh yeah, this is just a lot of retracing our steps. That's not an M, that's too bad. That's half an M, I guess. That's a half-eaten M&M. So. Oh, I guess we need a spike ball here, don't we? Alright, let's do that. If we haven't killed every big spike on the map already. Yeah, we'll just let Spike do his thing. And swat this. Oh, don't even need to swat it, in fact. Yes you do. Okay. Yeah. I am at serious risk of running out of time, I think. Also, I haven't gone up that yellow pipe, have I? Yeah, maybe I should be thinking about it. Just, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I just noticed that pipe right before you spoke up. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the checkpoint placement. Interesting. Which means that we do have access to repeatable checkpoints if needed, given that we can go between 2 zones. But we'll see if that actually comes into play. For the time being... And, oh, we might as well go back and look at the spike ball. Seeing as how we grabbed the checkpoint anyway. Okay. Oops. So much for that idea. Okay, let's just work our way all the way around. And to the left. Whoops. Come on. This way. This way. Yeah, might as well take a look. Okay. Excellent aim from Spike there. Excellent aim indeed. Whoops. Okay. What do we got here? M. Okay, now we know. We'll be respawning at the second checkpoint with, I think, 7 coins. But might as well take a look at this exhaustively and see what it's capable of doing. Alright. let's get back up.
Oh no!
And we'll just continue from here. Okay. Here we go. And, yeah, definitely much more of an open, spacious layout than what I was used to from the Super World levels that you had previously created, but I think, you know, you were due for something that was a little bit more open and relaxed. No cat suit for me anymore, so that's not a crutch we have available. But we did locate that M, so that's a start. And sure, we'll make our way over. Okay. Just have to get in here, toggle that switch. Pretty straightforward. And we'll tap that. And should be one more to go. We're missing a coin, okay. Last red coin is available from CP2. Yeah, I do know that there was one spot I didn't check in the lower section for lack of a cat suit, so whoops. And Eric the Highlander, thank you once again for dropping by for the submission and for sticking around for so long, so hope to see you back. And you have a good day yourself. Okay, so we do have catsuit. Yeah, that's right. Don't know how I had skipped that previously. And no, we forgot the coin at the top right, didn't we? Oops. Okay, let's just take a look at that. And see what we can do. Okay, down we go. And over. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, it was the lower level that we hadn't checked. Over here, because we were not able to bust through previously. Yes, that's right. Let's actually do the cat dive. Whoops. There we go. Very stylish. Let's just wall jump over. Assuming we don't trigger the cat climb. Whoops. Yeah, I keep thinking I should lean into the wall for the wall jump, and of course, the cat climb had some other opinions about what was going to go down. After that stylish dive into that corner, too. All for nothing. That's okay, we'll do it again. I am curious about what's behind the door, so... You find it easier with the cat suit? Yeah, probably. But that, I think, is always a bit of a risk when it comes to power-ups, is that you do want the power-ups to feel like they give you a boost in power. It's the same thing with, you know, having low ceilings and levels that give you a mushroom, and that sometimes, you know, you don't want to feel like the power-ups give you a harder time. But I know that with 3D World and the platform mechanics that things can be a little bit weird. It's the same with the hammer, too, where the hammer makes certain things much harder just because of the wind-up time on the dash button. I think the worst offender on that score is actually the propeller suit in the NSMB style. In terms of actually taking away character power in some ways and changing some of the interactions that you can do with things like spin jumps. That you can't actually spin jump safely anymore once you are wearing the propeller. Anyway, let's move on down. And pop the key. That's yay. Did we actually find all 7 M's? I lost count somewhere in there. Seems like we were fairly exhaustive about exploring the entirety of the level layout, though, so... we'll take a win. Hey, thanks for that, Merlin. Definitely much more relaxed and open experience than we typically get from you, of course, but nice to have some variety in one's repertoire, so... So, given that the queue is already closed, it looks like we'll just have the one last thing, the second submission from Choose Solo, which was originally your first submission. We'll likely close the stream with this, depending on how long it takes. If it's something really quick, we might chase it with a dessert level of some sort, but 6% or so, yeah, I think it'll probably be a good way to finish. Level from January, so more recent than the one you sent me, Koopa's Family Circus Monopoly. Koopa has gone mad with power. Get help from Buzzy and Top to steal his cash. Okay. Seems like he's just buying out Park Place. Building his castle on the boardwalk. Okay, so yeah, you have Buzzy, you have Blue Spike Top. You have... oh, whoops. Nope, we do want to actually wear this slowly and work our way through. Looks like we only have one shot at that. Yeah, I should have been able to read that and intuitively understand that dashing through it is a terrible idea, but... ah, okay, just a spin jump off a moving target. Oh, and off, specifically, a climbing target. Alright, we'll just wait for him to come back down. And give us a bit of room to work with. Here we go. Nice placement there. It's very good management of expectations, I think, in terms of players being likely to check that. It's always very satisfying when you just think, ah, I bet the spot is something, and it turns out the designer actually did anticipate it. So, looks like the conveyors will not only turn off the barriers there, but also launch the spike tops onto the walls. So we'll just do the climb. Oh, I see. Okay, no. That's the wrong way to do it. Was totally misreading that. Yeah, okay, no, that's what I wasn't accounting for, was the way that it would be deflected. But if I take damage from the spikes in the middle, no big deal, so long as I can recover my position with another spin jump. So... yeah. I guess the Buzzy Shell is pretty much entirely there to let you take a hit. It's in fact a bit of a liability should you bump your head if it's still active. No, you need the Buzzy Helmet, and you need to survive with it up to this location. And I guess we are mandated to take a death here. Okay, sometimes the issue with having deaths that kind of operate like this, where a player really needs to initiate an SD, if you will, is that sometimes there can be a lack of clarity as to whether you are absolutely required to do it, and that's fine. That's actually a fairly easy jump now that I look at it. No need to think in terms of damage boosting. That's okay, we'll deal with it. Yeah, that's the thing, Merlin, about exploration levels, that I think in some ways they don't get as much appreciation in a streaming environment as they might. Okay, we want to cart this thing. As they might among, you know, players who are kind of doing longer levels at their own pace offline. Whoops. Bump that. Which is why when I receive something like that, that's easier but exploration oriented, I do like to lean a bit into what the designer wants me to see. And okay, we're a bit late on that, and a spike ball is hitting the wall, I believe. Let's see. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. Okay, let's just bump that, and let's get in a bit earlier. Nope, not that early, but the slope will do some work for us. Okay. That works. As long as we didn't need to bump it any further. And yeah, that's just a bunch of one-ups over there. Okay. We'll take that. And now... Oh, okay, yeah, of course. Okay, thank you for that. Choose solo. Not really sure I quite saw the thematic concept of the Monopoly at the end, given that we didn't really see the dollar signs in the cover image by the end of that, but we'll take your word for it, that's what's going on. So, I've absolutely killed Buzzy, but those are the choices we make, and we fully accept the consequences. So that is pretty much going to be what we have tonight. For all the new people here, I'll just go through a few housekeeping things. We do have a channel Discord if you want to keep up with our programming in general, and if you want to send in some level codes for some longer or more involved experiences that don't necessarily fit into viewer levels, we might sometimes take that into account. We have some really good makers in that community who have been hanging out, and so might be a place to look. Thank you for all the new follows, of course, and especially for all the levels from the people who were courteous enough to submit and wait very patiently. The one level we didn't complete today, the one from Progan with the balloon puzzle, that's something we will be completing in its entirety on another stream, very likely, and probably very soon. We will absolutely be doing that one all the way through, if you want to take a look at that. Merlin, we don't actually have a follow age command, no, and maybe it's something I should be putting in. So, Mario Maker, as I said, is our main program, but we'll have a few other things that we'll be introducing over the week, so don't be too shocked if you are a new follower and you see me running some other things that may be unconventional. But we're kind of planning this day to day as I get back into a regular schedule of streaming. Apart from that, I am going to scan around for a raid since we have so many people to carry forward, so for now that's all from me. Thanks for watching. Hope to see many of you back soon. And yeah, it's been quite an exciting night. So, depending on what time zone you're in, good night, good morning, good whatever, but in any case, fare thee well. Bear with us for just a minute while we find somebody to hit with a nice, sizable surprise.